Mohon perhatian karena acara akan segera dimulai. Bapak Ibu dimohon mengatur perangkat komunikasi dalam mode diam selama acara berlangsung.
Mohon jangan panik. Mohon untuk keluar dari ruangan melalui pintu exit secara beraturan. Area evakuasi ada di area parkir mobil. Mohon untuk tetap berada di sana sampai ada pengumuman lebih lanjut dari pihak manajemen. Jika terjadi peringatan tsunami, untuk semua yang berada di ruangan lantai 2, mohon ikuti alur evakuasi yang ditunjukkan dengan tanda arah panah hijau menuju ke area evakuasi. Secara virtual, berikut kami tampilkan alur evakuasi jika Anda berada di ballroom. Selanjutnya adalah jika Anda sedang berada di negara room. Dan berikut ini, kami tampilkan jika Anda sedang berada di Legian, Kintamani, atau Bedugul Room. Pada saat evakuasi, mohon jangan panik. Secara beraturan, Anda keluar dari ruangan melalui pintu exit. Dilarang menggunakan lift. Mohon menggunakan tangga menuju ke lantai 4, yaitu di area lapangan tenis. Mohon untuk tetap berada di sana sampai ada pengumuman lebih lanjut dari pihak manajemen. Penanganan jika terjadi kasus tamu terpapar virus COVID-19. Tamu diarahkan ke ruang isolasi. Saat ini kami tunjukkan ruang isolasi yang terdapat di hotel kami dan sudah dilengkapi dengan alat pelindungan diri atau APD lengkap. Tamu tidak diperbolehkan keluar ruangan sampai saat penjemputan dari pihak rumah sakit. Manajemen menghubungi Rumah Sakit Bali Mandara untuk penjemputan tamu yang terpapar virus COVID-19. Setelah ambulans datang, tamu yang terpapar virus COVID-19 dijemput di ruang isolasi, kemudian melalui jalur evakuasi menuju ambulans yang menunggu di area penjemputan. Terima kasih Anda sudah datang ke hotel kami. Semoga Anda menikmati waktu pertemuan Anda dan bisa kembali lagi ke hotel kami di lain waktu. Salam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam damai sejahtera, Om Swastiastu. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang dalam acara International Workshop for Journal Editors yang diselenggarakan oleh Direktorat Riset Teknologi dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Tinggi Riset dan Teknologi, Kementerian Pendidikan Kebudayaan Riset dan Teknologi bekerja sama dengan Universitas Dianapura Bali. Mengawali kegiatan, marilah kita memanjatkan doa, mengucap syukur atas rahmat Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, dan memohon penyertaan-Nya atas segala sesuatu yang boleh kita kerjakan hari ini. Hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri. Menurut kepercayaan masing-masing, berdoa disilakan. Berdoa diakhiri. Hadirin dimohon untuk tetap berdiri. Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin tetap berdiri, dilanjutkan dengan Mars Journal.
Dengan niat tuh bangsa yang maju, beriring pada hakikat ilmu, tiada kenal lelah dan waktu. Kami selalu siap untuk hal baru, media untuk para ilmuwan, berbagi hasil karya anak bangsa, semangat inovasi dan berkarya, untuk Indonesia menjadi terdepan. Jurnal Indonesia, Jurnal Indonesia, menuju tingkat internasional. Pegang pilih khas, tingkat kompetisi sehat untuk berkarya. kami selalu siap untuk hal baru. Media untuk para ilmuwan, berbagi hasil karya anak bangsa. Semangat inovasi dan berkarya untuk Indonesia menjadi terdepan.
Hadirin disilakan untuk duduk kembali. Selanjutnya, sapaan Rektor Universitas Dianapura selaku co-host kegiatan, yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik, Riset, Inovasi, Kemahasiswaan, dan Alumni. Kepada Dr. Nimade Diana Erviani, disilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everyone. Welcome to Denpasar, Bali. Om Swastiastu. Let me to say this opening remarks in English as it is already prepared in English. It is a great honor for me to greet all of you. A very warm welcome and special thanks to Bapak Yoga Dwi Arianda as the coordinator for journal and scientific publication. Good morning, Pak Yoga. And please send our regards to the Director of Research, Technology, and Community Service, because unfortunately, he is not available today. And also thank you for the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology for trusting Dianapura University as the co-host and also local committee for this international workshop. And let me firstly to extend warm greetings from the Rector of Dianapura University, Associate Professor Dr. I Gusti Bagus Rai Utama, who had intended to give today's opening remarks. But with apologize, Bapak Rektor is feeling under the weather today, and he sends a very warm regards to all of us in this room and also those who are present virtually today. And in this special occasion, a very warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, Mr. C. Diu Seng from Clarivate Analytics. Good morning. And also Mr. Alexander van Stervelin from Elsevier. Good morning. And also Ms. Lina Shah from Directory of Open Access Journals, who is joining us via Zoom. Good morning. And greetings also to Prof. Istadi, Prof. Komanggede Wiryawan, and also Prof. Kuswanto. It is our pleasure to have all of you here this morning. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, I think we all agree that the steps taken by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology to provide assistance to Indonesian scientific journals to go international through assistance from experts related to the internationalization and indexation is a very strategic step to improve the quality of publications in Indonesia. And we, Dianapura University, are very proud that we are taking part in supporting the strategic steps taken by the Indonesian government to advance the scientific journals that may still struggle until today at the level of increasing the quantity or number of publication. Whereas, on the other hand, the society, the business world, the industrial world desperately need qualified research output, which of course are published in journals with high reputation. Therefore, we urge all participants who are present in this meeting to be able to participate actively so that later we will get maximum benefits for improving the quality of journals that we manage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, to conclude these welcoming remarks, I would like to thank all parties involved for the commencement of this event. Thank you for all efforts and support that has been given so that this international workshop can be carried out today from morning until finish. Wishing all of the participants a happy and fruitful workshop. May God bless us all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, 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 Om. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Acara kita lanjutkan dengan sambutan oleh Direktur Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, sekaligus membuka kegiatan, yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Koordinator Jurnal dan Publikasi Ilmiah. Kepada Bapak Yoga Dwi Arianda, disilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Pertama, kami ucapkan selamat datang pada Mr. Alex, kemudian Mr. Juseng. Thank you for your coming to attend our event. Terima kasih kepada Prof. Istadi, Prof. Komang, Prof. Kuswanto atas kehadiran Bapak semua pada kesempatan hari ini. Yang saya hormati Bapak Ibu, para pengelola jurnal yang hadir pada kesempatan hari ini di Denpasar. Pertama, tentu saja kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala atas nikmat sehat, nikmat iman kita dapat berkumpul di hari yang cerah hari ini, di mana ini merupakan pertemuan pertama kita secara besar, artinya dihadiri secara banyak mayoritas oleh para pengelola jurnal. Semoga kita selalu diberikan kesehatan dari awal kita mengikuti kegiatan hari ini hingga nanti Bapak Ibu kembali ke tempat masing-masing. Kita selalu diberikan kesehatan. Kemudian kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Universitas Dianapura atas kesediaan menjadi mitra pelaksana kegiatan hari ini. Semoga apa yang telah dipersiapkan oleh Universitas Dianapura dapat membantu proses kelancaran kegiatan hari ini, di mana tentu saja kegiatan hari ini harapan kita semua semakin banyak jurnal-jurnal kita yang bisa terindeks internasional ataupun terindeks internasional bereputasi. Di mana kita ketahui jurnal merupakan wadah bagi Bapak Ibu para peneliti atau dosen di perguruan tinggi untuk mempublikasikan hasil penelitian ataupun hasil pengabdian pada masyarakat. Tanpa ada jurnal, tentu saja hasil penelitian Bapak Ibu tidak bisa dipublikasikan atau tidak bisa dirasakan dampaknya oleh masyarakat secara luas. Dengan kegiatan ini, harapan kami Bapak Ibu mendapatkan pencerahan terkait bagaimana mekanisme persyaratan pendaftaran untuk mendaftarkan jurnal Bapak Ibu agar bisa terindeks di masing-masing lembaga, yaitu di Scopus, Web of Science, ataupun di DOAJ. Semoga pada kesempatan hari ini kita semua mendapatkan pencerahan yang cukup besar dan cukup banyak dari para narasumber yang alhamdulillah hari ini Mr. Alex dan Mr. Diuseng sudah hadir secara luring di hotel, kemudian nanti dari DOAJ akan bergabung menggunakan fasilitas Zoom karena memang kami ada miskomunikasi dengan pihak DOAJ sehingga mereka tidak bisa hadir secara luring di kesempatan hari ini. Mungkin izin menyampaikan Pak Direktur hari ini tidak bisa hadir karena ada kegiatan dinas di kantor yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan. Beliau menitipkan pesan kepada Bapak Ibu agar dalam mengelola jurnal mohon mengikuti aturan-aturan yang berlaku baik secara nasional ataupun secara internasional. Jangan sampai jurnal Bapak Ibu melanggar baik secara etika, editor, ataupun secara publikasi, sehingga jurnal-jurnal Bapak Ibu yang sudah terakreditasi jangan sampai nanti kami turunkan peringkat akreditasinya ataupun kami cabut peringkat akreditasinya. Demikian yang saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat datang dan selamat mengikuti acara hari ini kepada Bapak Ibu semua. Semoga semakin banyak jurnal-jurnal kita yang bisa terindeks internasional ataupun terindeks bereputasi. Demikian, wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selanjutnya dimohon kepada Bapak Koordinator didampingi oleh Ibu Wakil Rektor dan Prof. Istadi untuk dapat memukul gong sebagai tanda simbolis dibukanya kegiatan pada hari ini. Dilanjutkan dengan penyerahan kenang-kenangan dari Universitas Dianapura kepada DRTPM yang akan disampaikan oleh Ibu Diana kepada Bapak Yoga. Ya, selanjutnya adalah foto bersama. We kindly invite VIP guests and speakers present in the main hall to come to the stage for this photo session with the coordinator and vice rector. Please come to the stage. Bapak Ibu dipersilakan untuk melepas masker. Baik, Bapak Ibu disilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Ya, acara selanjutnya kita akan lanjutkan dengan foto bersama para hadirin sekalian, para peserta. Kepada petugas, dimohon untuk mengambil foto dari sisi depan. Ya, hadirin dimohon untuk tetap duduk. Petugas akan mengambil foto dari atas panggung. Baik, terima kasih. Demikianlah pembukaan International Workshop for Journal Editors. Acara dilanjutkan dengan paparan kebijakan yang akan disampaikan oleh Koordinator Jurnal dan Publikasi Ilmiah. Kepada Bapak Yoga Dwi Arianda, kembali disilakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mungkin saya di bawah saja. Izin Bapak Ibu jadi memperkenalkan diri. Mungkin sebagian besar Bapak Ibu juga sudah banyak yang mengenal. Saya Yoga Dwi Arianda. Saya tahun ini diamanahi sebagai koordinator jurnal ilmiah dan publikasi ilmiah pada Direktorat Riset dan Teknologi Pengabdian pada Masyarakat, di mana direktorat ini sejatinya direktorat baru tapi lama. Seperti kita ketahui bahwasanya Direktorat Riset Teknologi dan Pengabdian Masyarakat ini dulu memang berada di Ditjen Pendidikan Tinggi, namun pada tahun 2015 itu bergabung dengan Ristek menjadi Direktorat Jenderal Riset dan Pengembangan. DRTPM terbagi dari beberapa direktorat pada saat di Ditjen Risbang. Nah, pada tahun 2021 tepat 2020 itu fungsi pendidikan tinggi dikembalikan lagi kepada Dikbud sehingga bergabung menjadi Ditjen Dikti, namun ada beberapa fungsi dan tugas yang masih berada di Ristek Brin. Kemudian pada tahun 2021 barulah fungsi BOPTN yang melekat di Ristek Brin beralih kepada Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Tinggi menjadi Pendidikan Tinggi Ristek, dan direktorat kami secara aktivitas baru berfungsi di tahun 2022 ini. Dan alhamdulillah pada bulan Agustus kami sudah memiliki direktur definitif, yaitu Pak Direktur Prof. Faiz dari Institut Pertanian Bogor. Beliau sedianya hari ini hadir akan memaparkan terkait kebijakan-kebijakan yang ada di DRTPM, namun karena ada sesuatu hal yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan di kantor sehingga beliau tidak bisa hadir. Untuk di Direktorat Riset Teknologi Pengetahuan Masyarakat sendiri ada 4 substansi atau 4 pokja atau istilahnya kami menyebut 4 substansi, yaitu ada substansi penelitian, kemudian substansi pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kemudian substansi pembinaan kekayaan intelektual, serta yang terakhir adalah substansi jurnal dan publikasi ilmiah. Nah, untuk substansi jurnal ilmiah dan publikasi ilmiah, di sini kami fokus tentu saja untuk melakukan tugas rutinitas, kami melakukan akreditasi jurnal ilmiah. Kemudian kami melakukan pengembangan tata kelola jurnal agar jurnal kita bisa semakin banyak yang terakreditasi ataupun semakin banyak yang terindeks internasional dan internasional berputasi. Pada tahun ini jurnal yang terakreditasi ada 7.400, di mana kita ketahui jumlah jurnal yang terdaftar di Garuda itu saat ini ada 16.000 jurnal. Sementara yang memiliki EISSN itu ada sekitar 50 ribuan. Artinya masih banyak jurnal-jurnal yang dikelola oleh perguruan tinggi, oleh lembaga lain di Indonesia itu belum terdaftar di Garuda. Nah, bagi yang sudah terdaftar di Garuda sendiri, yang terakreditasi hingga saat ini baru ada 7.400. Dengan sebaran tiap tahunnya, alhamdulillah kita mengalami peningkatan yang cukup signifikan. Kami pada tahun 2017 pernah menghitung kebutuhan jurnal sebagai wadah publikasi bagi Bapak Ibu para dosen, itu sekitar 7.800 jurnal terakreditasi. Hingga saat ini, jumlah jurnal ada 7.400, mudah-mudahan semakin banyak jumlah jurnal yang terakreditasi. Kemudian jumlah jurnal yang terindeks di Scopus saat ini kita ada 120 jurnal. Dan alhamdulillah tiap tahunnya kita mengalami peningkatan juga, di mana di bulan ini ada 2 jurnal yang terindeks di Scopus. Nah, pada kesempatan hari ini kami mengundang pihak dari Scopus untuk memaparkan terkait kriteria bagaimana jurnal kita bisa terindeks dan semakin banyak jurnal kita terindeks. Ada beberapa mungkin pertanyaan dari Bapak Ibu yang jurnal terindeks, ada yang dalam waktu 1 minggu sudah terindeks di Scopus, ada yang 2 minggu, ada yang 1 bulan. Nah, ini kesempatan kita nanti untuk menanyakan kepada Mr. Alex terkait hal tersebut, kenapa terjadi perbedaan-perbedaan waktu dalam proses terindeks tadi. Kemudian jumlah jurnal yang terindeks di DOAJ, ini data per 14 September, ini kita cukup bangga, jurnal kita berada di peringkat pertama, ada sekitar 2.000. Tepuk tangan untuk kita semua. Semoga Bapak Ibu jurnalnya yang belum didaftarkan di DOAJ bisa segera didaftarkan sehingga semakin banyak jurnal-jurnal yang terindeks di DOAJ. Tentu saja jumlah jurnal ini dinamis, artinya mereka juga menentukan kriteria apakah jurnal-jurnal Bapak Ibu ini masih layak terindeks di lembaga masing-masing atau tidak. Kemudian terkait publikasi, ini juga kita alhamdulillah mengalami tren kenaikan dari tahun ke tahunnya, di mana di tahun 2017 publikasi kita ini masih ada di angka 20 ribuan, namun di tahun 2021 publikasi kita ini ada 49 ribu, kemudian di tahun 2022 ini sudah ada 22 ribu dan ini masih ongoing. Namun dari total publikasi ini ternyata kita masih banyak publikasi di conference, bukan artikel. Ini tugas berat kami agar artikel-artikel milik Bapak Ibu ini bisa dipublikasikan di jurnal ilmiah. Ini tugas kita bersama untuk meningkatkan publikasi di jurnal ilmiah. Kemudian untuk jumlah citasi saat ini artinya publikasi atau artikel-artikel yang terbit yang mencitasi pada jurnal internasional berputasi ini ada di angka 700-an. Kemudian untuk mencapai hal-hal tersebut, kami tahun ini memiliki beberapa program, diantaranya yaitu pelatihan penulisan artikel ilmiah nasional dan internasional. Pelatihan ini tentu saja kami memberikan pendampingan kepada Bapak Ibu dalam menuliskan naskah untuk dipublikasikan di jurnal nasional ataupun nasional terakreditasi ataupun internasional bereputasi. Alhamdulillah tahun ini ada beberapa dosen yang mengikuti pelatihan, akhirnya artikelnya sudah terbit di jurnal internasional bereputasi. Kemudian kami juga membantu memberikan bantuan bagi Bapak Ibu untuk menyelenggarakan konferensi ilmiah internasional. Konferensi ilmiah internasional ini tentu saja tujuannya memberikan dana pendampingan kepada perguruan tinggi, kemudian membuka peluang diskusi dan kerjasama antar dosen dari mancanegara, kemudian mendorong pertemuan ilmiah, dan tentu saja ini untuk meningkatkan kualitas publikasi kita di jurnal ilmiah ataupun di proceeding atau conference. Kemudian akreditasi, tentu saja ini tugas rutin kami dalam melakukan proses akreditasi. Kemudian kami juga melakukan pendampingan kepada jurnal-jurnal yang ingin naik peringkat ataupun yang ingin menuju terindeks bereputasi. Kami lakukan pendampingan selama 2 hari, dilakukan di hotel, dan ini juga ada beberapa jurnal yang sudah melakukan proses untuk kenaikan peringkat akreditasi dan sudah submit di Scopus. Kemudian kami juga ada bantuan pengolahan jurnal ilmiah. Ini tahun ini diberikan kepada 50 jurnal, 25 jurnal untuk naik peringkat dan 25 jurnal untuk terindeks bereputasi. Mungkin Bapak Ibu para penerima hibah ada yang hadir di kesempatan hari ini. Semoga dengan bantuan dari kami, jurnal Bapak Ibu yang menerima hibah bisa betul-betul meningkatkan kualitasnya dan bisa sehingga bisa menjadi terindeks bereputasi. Kemudian kami juga ada beberapa program terkait pengembangan Sinta. Kami tahun ini sudah melakukan pengembangan sistem Sinta. Kemudian ada sosialisasi pedoman akreditasi. Kemudian kami juga ada beberapa sistem yang sedang kami lakukan revitalisasi. Untuk Arjuna tahun ini kami akan merevitalisasi. Insya Allah akhir tahun atau awal tahun wajah Arjuna nanti akan berubah. Kemudian untuk bantuan pengelolaan jurnal, ini tahun ini kami memberikan hibah 50 jurnal. Kemudian untuk konferensi kami melakukan 2 kali penerimaan proposal usulan. Untuk batch pertama ini ada 96 perguruan tinggi, ada 96 yang lolos substansi. Kemudian batch kedua ada 16 usulan yang lolos substansi, dan ada beberapa yang sudah diberikan sudah melaksanakan kegiatan konferensi ini. Kemudian kami juga melakukan pengembangan afirmasi Papua. Artinya kami melakukan pendampingan khusus kepada jurnal-jurnal yang ada di Papua ataupun dosen-dosen yang ada di Papua agar bisa melakukan kegiatan publikasi atau pengolahan jurnal ini tidak tertinggal jauh dengan teman-teman kita yang ada di luar Papua. Kami melakukan pendampingan khusus, semoga kegiatan-kegiatan ini bisa membantu para pengolah jurnal yang ada di Papua ataupun bagi dosen-dosen untuk bisa mempublikasikan hasil penelitiannya atau hasil pengabdian kepada jurnal ilmiah nasional terakreditasi atau terindeks bereputasi. Kemudian secara garis besar, ini juga mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah mengetahui untuk akreditasi, kami masih mengacu kepada Perdirjen Risbang nomor 9 tahun 2014 tentang akreditasi jurnal ilmiah. Kemudian turunannya pedoman akreditasi yaitu Kepdikdikbud Dikti-Ristek nomor 134 tahun 2021. Persyaratan administrasi yang harus dipenuhi ini juga menjadi catatan bagi Bapak Ibu. Masih banyak jurnal-jurnal yang kami tolak usulan akreditasinya karena tidak memenuhi. Yang pertama yaitu nama jurnal tidak sesuai dengan akte kelahiran atau tidak sesuai dengan ISSN. Bapak Ibu nama jurnalnya misalkan Jurnal Teknologi Informasi, tapi di website hanya ditulis JTI atau ditambahkan Jurnal Teknologi Informasi dalam kurung JTI. Nah ini tidak sesuai dengan akte kelahiran, maka jurnal Bapak Ibu usulan akreditasinya kami tolak. Kemudian Bapak Ibu harus memiliki pengenal objek digital, ini bisa menggunakan DOI, pelanggan melalui Crossref, atau pengenal objek digital lainnya. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa membuat alamat pengenal objek digital permanen sendiri. Kemudian mencantumkan persyaratan etika publikasi di halaman utama. Kemudian jurnal harus bersifat ilmiah, jurnal ilmiah paling sedikit terbit 2 tahun berturutan. Frekuensi penerbitan paling sedikit 2 kali dalam setahun. Ini tidak boleh ada bolong dalam 2 tahun terakhir. Kalau ada bolong maka usulan akreditasi juga kami tolak. Kemudian jumlah artikel sekurang-kurangnya 5 artikel. Kemudian jurnal sudah terindeks di Lembaga Pengindeks Nasional. Ini nomor 8 lebih ke bonus ya. Artinya Bapak Ibu, jurnal sudah terindeks di Garuda, itu sudah diberikan nilai poin 4 kalau tidak salah. Kemudian editor, ini mohon mulai dipersiapkan minimal dari 2 lembaga, tidak hanya dari institusi Bapak Ibu. Tahun ini kami masih memberikan kelonggaran. Editor dalam satu lembaga masih bisa kami terima usulannya, tapi tahun depan akan kami tolak secara administrasi. Karena apa? Kami ini ingin sejalan dengan tim PAK. Tim PAK melakukan penilaian jurnal nasional itu harus dikelola atau melibatkan editor dari minimal 2 lembaga. Kemudian memasukkan user dan password sebagai editor, nah ini juga masih banyak yang salah memasukkan, bahkan invalid pada saat kami coba login di OJS Bapak Ibu. User dan password sebagai editor ini fungsinya adalah untuk asesor kami login di OJS Bapak Ibu, untuk melihat proses bisnisnya. Gitu. Kemudian tentu saja Bapak Ibu di Arjuna mengisi evaluasi diri dan memasukkan link atau URL nomor terbitan. Saat ini usulan akreditasi kami memohon maaf jika pada saat penilaian ini berjalan sangat lambat karena memang sepeninggalan pada saat di Ristek Print atau dalam masa transisi di tahun 2021 itu usulan akreditasi yang belum diproses cukup banyak. Sehingga kami mendahulukan usulan-usulan yang cukup lama. Saat ini usulan akreditasi ini yang sudah masuk ini ada 3.500 yang menunggu desevaluasi. Kemudian yang dinyatakan lolos desevaluasi ada 1.600 dan tidak lolos ini dikembalikan ini ada 1.800. Artinya ini cukup banyak Bapak Ibu yang masih belum memenuhi syarat minimal untuk mengajukan akreditasi. Di antara yang tadi saya sebutkan, ada memasukkan link nomornya yang lebih dari ketentuan. Untuk reakreditasi harusnya 1 nomor, Bapak Ibu masukkan 2 atau 3 nomor. Itu kami tolak. Ada yang usulan baru seharusnya 2 tahun terakhir, Bapak Ibu memasukkannya 3 tahun, 4 tahun, bahkan ada yang dari nomor pertama. Itu kami tolak. Jadi ini masih cukup banyak. Kemudian yang belum dilakukan desevaluasi, ini ada 1.400. Nah kami tahun ini sudah melakukan proses penilaian selama 2 periode. Periode pertama ini sudah kami umumkan. Periode kedua ini ada sekitar 900-an jurnal, baik yang usulan baru ataupun yang preakreditasi. Ini sedang dalam proses finalisasi SK. Mudah-mudahan di bulan ini bisa kami selesaikan dan bisa kami umumkan. Kemudian untuk indeksasi Garuda, Bapak Ibu tentu saja sebelum daftar di Arjuna, Bapak Ibu harus mendaftarkan jurnal Bapak Ibu di Garuda, maka prosesnya itu nanti tim kami akan melihat kelengkapan, kesesuaian, apakah sudah sesuai, kalau sudah sesuai maka submit Bapak Ibu saja Bapak Ibu di Garuda akan kami proses. Kemudian kami juga ada repositori Rama, ini repositori tugas akhir mahasiswa yang ada di perguruan tinggi Bapak Ibu. Ini kami harapkan jika Bapak Ibu nanti memiliki repositori bisa bergabung di Rama sehingga ini untuk mencegah awal terkait duplikasi tugas akhir para mahasiswa. Karena kita ketahui kadang-kadang mahasiswa dalam melakukan penulisan skripsi bisa mengambil dari perguruan tinggi lain atau bahkan dari internal sendiri. Tinggal diubah lokus penelitiannya atau data-datanya. Nah ini untuk mencegah terjadinya plagiat. Kemudian kami juga ada Sinta. Nah saat ini Sinta sudah terhubung dengan berbagai macam sistem yang ada di Indonesia ataupun di luar negeri. Di antaranya yaitu Scopus, Web of Science, kemudian Google Scholar. Kemudian Sinta sekarang sudah digunakan untuk kenaikan pangkat Bapak Ibu selaku dosen di menggunakan aplikasi Sister. Jadi Bapak Ibu diminta harus tetap mengupdate profil Bapak Ibu di Sinta. Saat ini pun Sinta sudah digunakan sebagai dasar untuk pemetaan klasterisasi perguruan tinggi berdasarkan penelitian dan pengabdian serta reviewer. Kemudian nanti ke depan ini untuk pengusulan hibah proposal penelitian dan pengabdian pada masyarakat di mana kami akan mengacu kepada skor Sinta yang ada di profil Sinta. Next. Nah, kemudian untuk akreditasi, ini mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah mengetahui ya, kita masih mengacu pada pedoman akreditasi, kemudian alur pengajuan, nah ini proses evaluasi akreditasi, kemudian peringkat akreditasi, syarat akreditasi ini sudah, mungkin ini kita skip saja ya. Mungkin itu Bapak Ibu secara umum kebijakan kami terkait program-program yang ada di RTPM khususnya di substansi jurnal ilmiah dan publikasi. Mungkin ke halaman terakhir Pak, tim kami Pak. Ada nggak? Mungkin kayaknya salah dibuka nih. Oke. Ini Bapak Ibu, tim kami yang membantu Bapak Ibu dalam proses akreditasi, silakan. Kalau Bapak Ibu ada kendala atau ada pertanyaan, ini tim kami, ada Mas Rizky selaku subkoordinator jurnal ilmiah, kemudian ada Mbak Hardiana selaku subkoordinator publikasi, dibantu oleh rekan-rekan, ada Rizky Muhammad Kosim, Rani Ros, kemudian Fadila Nasiri, ada Rita Friani, Raden Panji, dan Fajar Sandi Praboco. Mungkin Bapak Ibu juga mayoritas sudah mengenal tim kami. Mudah-mudahan kami bersembilan ini bisa melakukan proses percepatan penilaian akreditasi di tahun ini sehingga tidak terlalu lama bagi Bapak Ibu yang mengusulkan akreditasi. Kemudian kami juga akan melakukan pendampingan-pendampingan pada Bapak Ibu yang ingin jurnalnya naik peringkat atau terindeks bereputasi. Mungkin demikian sedikit yang saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, acara akan kita lanjutkan dengan coffee break. Namun karena terbatasnya waktu, Bapak Ibu disilakan untuk mengambil kudapan yang ada di depan ruangan ini, kemudian membawa kudapan ke dalam ruangan, karena sesi akan segera kita mulai. Untuk itu, kami persilakan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Selamat menikmati. hadirin dimohon untuk menempati tempat duduknya masing-masing karena acara akan kembali kita mulai. Baik hadirin sekalian, sekali lagi dimohon untuk menempati tempat duduk masing-masing karena sesi akan segera kita mulai. Selanjutnya, materi pertama yaitu Scopus Selection Criteria and Evaluation Process dengan narasumber Mr. Alexander van Servelen from Elsevier didampingi oleh Profesor Istadi dari Universitas Diponegoro. Untuk itu kepada Prof. Istadi disilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Istadi. I am a chairperson at this session. Welcome to International Workshop for Journal Editor. As information that this event is organized yearly by Ministry of Higher Education or Dikti. Since year 2016. Yeah. We are now in the session of Scopus Selection Criteria and Evaluation Process. Officially, I invite Honorable Mr. Alexander van Servelen from Elsevier. Before we start, I am honored to give a brief introduction about Mr. Alexander van Servelen. Mr. Alexander van Servelen is Senior Consultant for Research Intelligence at Elsevier. He helped launch Elsevier research analytic capabilities in Netherlands before moving to Singapore in 2013. Since then, he works closely with universities and government agencies throughout Southeast Asia, not only Indonesia, on many topics, including improving scientific journal. Without further delay, I am honored to invite Mr. Alexander van Servelen to share on the Scopus selection criteria and evaluation process. So you will be given totally until 12 o'clock. Okay, the stage is yours, Mr. Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you, Istadi. Okay. Thank you, Istadi, for the very warm welcome, and selamat pagi, good morning, everyone. I hope that you are well. I hope that the coffee is tasting good and that you're ready to learn a little bit about Scopus today. So I'd like to remind to the people doing the slides, I need to be able to see the slides on the Zoom. Is that okay? Okay, great. So as Istadi said, I work for Elsevier, and I'm here to represent Elsevier and Scopus. I'm originally from Holland, right, from the Netherlands. And I've been living in Singapore for almost 10 years now. I have a long history with Indonesia. My grandfather is born in Purwokerto, Indonesian. I did not ask to change the slides. Keep the slide on the same one. All right. And I'll tell you a little bit about that story. So it's always special for me to come to Indonesia to work with you. But I'm not here alone. Today I'm joined by two colleagues, by Irwan Ghaffar and Johan Jung, if you could both stand up. So these are my colleagues who are both based in Indonesia. They're based in the Jakarta area. Please come and talk with them. They're nice people. They would love to get to know you, and they're happy to visit you at your university. Of course, just like me, they're happy to come to Bali if it's needed, right? It's part of the job. So please do come and talk with us. The slides. Do I use this? Okay. So my grandfather, born in Purwokerto, is an Indonesian man in quite a privileged family, and he was sent to the Netherlands in the 1930s to study at the University of Utrecht. He's the good-looking one in the middle. And as you might know a little bit about history in the 1930s. Next slide. Yeah. World War II broke out, right? So Germany invaded all of Europe, and the Netherlands was occupied by Germany for 5 years. And my grandfather, you could not text home and say, I'm okay, right? There's no mobile phones. You couldn't even write a letter. So no one knew where he was for 5 years, but he was hiding in a house together with a young lady he met, a Dutch lady that he met, who turned out to become my grandmother. So at the end of World War II, they both were liberated in 1945. He got married to my Dutch grandmother, and they took the boat 3 weeks back to Indonesia. And in Indonesia, they started a family. So my mother and my uncles are born in Jakarta. My mother currently lives in Holland, but I have uncle, cousins, and all of that are in Jakarta. So here's just some photos of their life together in Indonesia. So this is kind of what my grandparents looked like when I knew them. They were very graceful people. Point being, I learned a lot from my Indonesian family. It's a big part of my life. My grandfather brought a lot of grace and dignity to our lives, and I like to share that when I come to Indonesia, to also express to you that it's very meaningful for me to come here and to work with you, to work with with the ministry and to look at how we can help Indonesia's science move forward and provide more impact to society. I really believe that Indonesia has a bright future ahead of it, but a bright future always involves a lot of work, and science, higher education has a big role to play in these developmental processes. So if what I talk about here today can play a small role in helping you to improve your journal, then that's great. So I definitely didn't come here to talk about my family. We have quite an intense agenda, and the agenda is for me to explain to you the Scopus content selection process. So how do we select journals in Scopus? How do we evaluate them? What are some of the most important aspects for you to keep in mind? I will really look at it in quite a lot of detail. I will invite you to ask questions after I present the criteria, and Istari will help me to facilitate this. Johan has brought gifts. So Johan is the man who has gifts from Elsevier. We don't have enough to give to everyone, so we thought, how will we decide who we give the gifts to? It could be who the people that are asking the most questions, maybe they're going to get a small token from Elsevier. We also created a survey, so an introduction survey, whether you're online or you're here. If you could take 2 minutes to fill out the survey, that's much appreciated. You can either use the QR code or you can use the bit.ly link here. So just give you a moment to use that link. So am I using the pointer or am I asking for next slide? I'm a little confused. We try this one. So Dr. Seng, this is how you do it. You have to have the right pointer. Okay. So I think I'm gonna. All right, let's try it like this, old school. We're gonna come and look at the slides from here. Introduction. As you may know, Scopus is a comprehensive database of peer-reviewed literature, and it belongs to a portfolio that we call Research Intelligence. Research Intelligence are a collection of different solutions and services that help with a lot of things related to search and discovery and evaluation of research. I will not tell you much about this. It's just something to mention. So Scopus itself has collected 85 million papers from about 27,000 serial titles, come from about 7,000 publishers. So we select the content that's in Scopus by accepting submissions from people such as yourselves. Skip this part. Every journal that's in Scopus has 3 different journal metrics. So we have site score, we have SJR, and we have SNP. This gives you the choice of whether you want to use a field normalized metric like SJR or SNP, or whether you want to use a more traditional metric like site score. These metrics exist for all of the serial titles which are in Scopus. So they exist for 27,000 active titles that are in Scopus, and that includes 15,000 titles which currently don't have a journal impact factor. Those journals come from many big publishers, including Elsevier, but only about 11% of the journals in Scopus are Elsevier journals, and only about 40% of the journals in Scopus come from the big publishers. 60% of the journals in Scopus come from smaller publishers, or it could be university press. So the point is that we're open to receive submissions from journals. It doesn't matter where you come from or which publisher you're from. It's really about the quality and relevance of the journal. And that's what I wanted to talk about today, is how do you get a sense of if your journal is ready for Scopus, or what we're looking for in a journal. Because we receive a lot of submissions, and less than half of them, so our rejection rate is more than 50% in the world. Yes, so if every year on average we receive about 3,500 submissions, about 600 or so of those ultimately make it into Scopus. So it's a very selective database, because we must keep the quality very high, and we must ensure that the content is relevant to an international audience. We also re-evaluate journals which are already in Scopus, so that's curation, because journals can change performance over time. Journals can actually be moved from one publisher to another, different management team. So even if a journal is accepted into Scopus, there will be checks to monitor the performance, and if there are issues, a journal can be discontinued from Scopus. This process is managed by a Content Selection Advisory Board. We call it CSAB. They're an independent board of 17 subject chairs. Each one is a prominent researcher in a different field, and they are affiliated to different universities in different countries. They work with Elsevier, but they don't work for Elsevier. They have a mandate to be objective. We cannot tell them what to do, so there's no commercial bias. They really will look at the submission. So when you submit a journal to Scopus, ultimately, one of these people will make the decision, just one, and it will be the subject chair who is matching the subject area of your journal. They will apply a criteria which are quite transparent, and that means that I can tell you all about the criteria that they will apply today. But you must realize it is a person, right? They are reading an application, as it were, and looking at your journal, and then looking at your website, and then they're making a decision. So that's good to keep in mind. The Scopus mandate is at a journal level. So we select journals, and if the journal is selected, all of the papers of the journal moving forward will be indexed in Scopus. So we do not check every paper or accept some papers and not others, right? It is at a journal level. So either the journal as a whole is indexed in Scopus, or it's not indexed, right? We are not looking at interfering with the editorial process or looking at individual papers. There are minimum criteria to be in Scopus. So the minimum criteria are that it must be a peer-reviewed journal. So if your journal is not peer-reviewed, then that's it. It will not even go to the CSAB. It can be in a different language. Bahasa Indonesia is okay for the journal, but the abstract must be in English. Very important, because people need to be able to find the paper, understand the content. Must be a regular publication with at least 2 years of history with an ISSN. So if your journal is just starting now, you need to wait until you have 2 years of regular publications with an ISSN. We used to make it mandatory to have Roman script references, but we recently have changed that so that we accept journals that have different alphabet. But for Bahasa, it's okay because you're using Roman script. In terms of the slides, I will give the PDF of the slides to all of the people, so you don't have to take pictures all the time. But every journal must have a strong publications ethics statement. So the publications ethics statement, I'll get into all of this. So if you don't have all of this covered, please don't submit to Scopus, because that's the minimum and it will be sent back. And this is pretty easy for you to look at, right? It's pretty clear, okay? If you meet these criteria, these minimum criteria, then the title will be evaluated based on these criteria, which fall into 5 categories. So the 5 categories are journal policy, quality of content, journal standing, regularity, and online availability. And I'm going to cover all of this in a lot of detail. So it's very boring for you, Dr. Seng. I'm sorry. Okay. So right now, Scopus has, I think we looked at Pak Yoga's presentation, 120 Indonesian journals in Scopus. 106 of those journals are active journals. That is, it's better than it was some years ago. Some journals have been added. But if I look at the submission statistics to Scopus in the last few years, so these are Indonesian journals that were submitted to Scopus between 2018 and 2022. There were 79 journals were accepted, and 427 journals were rejected, which makes a rejection rate of 84%. And that's amongst the highest of the world, right? So if you look at Pakistan is also 84%, Turkey is 83%, India is 83%. So a lot of journals from Indonesia are being submitted to Scopus, but they're being rejected. And this is unfortunate because I know that people submit and they have the best of intentions and they get a rejection letter. And they're like, I have an embargo. I cannot submit again for another 3 years or 5 years. So I would like to ask you, please only submit when you're confident that you meet not just the minimum criteria, but that you have a really strong chance, right? Because it will save you time. Ultimately, if you wait 1 more year to make your journal really ready, will ultimately save you time rather than submitting now, wait 6 months, get rejected, and have an embargo of 4 or 5 years, right? So I would like today to help you to understand my perspective. I've been doing this for 10 years to listen to your stories, to look at many, many journals that have been submitted to Scopus. I've read many acceptance letters. I've read many rejection letters. I've helped prepare some journals to be submitted to Scopus. So I have some sense of what I'm doing, but I cannot look at all of your journals individually. It's too much. I have to teach you to self-assess, critically self-assess yourself. If some of your teachers, it's kind of like you teach your students to look at themselves objectively, right? We have to learn to self-assess our own work and in context of this, which is an international database. Maybe the expectations here are a little bit different than being accepted into a local index. We do help. So there are 3 ways in which we've been helping local journals to improve and prepare. So we have a number of local Scopus boards. So these are locally based boards which pre-select journals, and we have one in Thailand. I've been trying to expand that one to cover Southeast Asia, but this has been really difficult with COVID kind of messing up the operational plan. We do provide a lot of editor workshops together with the ministry and together with universities. So we're happy to come and explain about this process. We also have a platform for journal management and visibility called Digital Commons, which is a great alternative to OJS. So it's not free like OJS, but it is a good alternative that can help your journal get more visibility and more impact. The selection process itself, wow, look at this slide. This is intense. It's not that as bad as it looks, okay? But basically, submitted by the publisher, by the editor, or an editorial board member. In some cases, a journal can be submitted by a library, but it needs to be a authoritative person that submits the journal. There's an online title suggestion form. When you submit, you get an email with a tracker number that says, this is your submission. That tracker number you can use to track your progress. They will check if the journal meets the minimum criteria. If the journal does not meet the minimum criteria, then you get an email that says that the journal does not meet the minimum criteria. If the journal meets the minimum criteria, it goes into title enrichment. So there is a team at Elsevier. They will look at your journal and they will collect information about the papers. They're going to look how often your papers have been cited in Scopus. They're going to look at the editorial board members, and they're going to look at the authors that are publishing in your journal. They're going to collect that information, and then they will pass it on to the subject chair. Remember, I said there's 17 subject chairs. Each one is an expert in a different subject area. So the journal and that whole information package about your journal will end up in the inbox of that person from the Content Selection Advisory Board. They will spend an afternoon or morning to go through everything, and they will make a decision whether the journal is accepted into Scopus or whether it's rejected. And they will write a letter, which is either a lovely acceptance letter, which you read and say yes, or it's a rejection letter, which you read and brings disappointment. But hopefully the rejection letters are meant to also bring some a constructive criticism on what you need to change, right? So yeah, acceptance and rejection letter. We've built a tool that can help you to run through these criteria and to help you self-assess. It's called readyforscopus.com. So it's www.readyforscopus.com. It will ask you to fill in information about your journal, and that will tell you, it will help to tell you which aspects of your journal are meeting the criteria of Scopus and which ones maybe need a bit more work, right? So the tool itself won't tell you everything, but it's meant to help guide you through this process. And hopefully what I explained to you today will complement that by giving a bit more depth to the process. So now for the deep dive, this will be the most intense part of what I'm saying. So I know my Bahasa only sedikit, so speaking English quite fast. I hope that you can follow what I'm saying. I will share the PDF of the slides afterwards with all of you. So those were the criteria I showed you already. The aims and scope of the journal is the most important part. So it's very important that you think about the aims and scope. What's the mandate? What's the vision that your journal has? A lot of the other criteria are evaluated in context of the aims and scope of the journal. So it's quite important that the aims and scope are clearly defined, and it's good if it's a compelling read, if it's clear why your journal has a particular aim and scope. Sometimes we read aims and scope which are very, very general or are not grounded in a reason for a particular aims and scope. So when we talk about science, often there's a reason why people are researching something. There's a potential there. There's an important problem that's being solved, or an important body of knowledge that's being developed. If that can be articulated in an aims and scope, saying this is what our journal is about, this is why this is important, this is why we're doing this, right? If that is something which is compelling and clear, that is a good thing. I think not just in this context, but many contexts in life. So bringing that clarity to an aims and scope, so that it's well defined what your journal is about, and why that's important. Also, you need to consider, is your journal an international journal, or is it a Indonesian journal? Is it a ASEAN journal? So here to help you answer the question of, is my journal an international journal, or is it a local journal? 3 simple questions. Is my editorial board very diverse? So if 90% of your editorial board are from Indonesia, you're not an international journal. Do we publish authors from many different countries? If almost everyone is from Indonesia, then the answer is no. Are the topics that we cover relevant to more than one country or region? So if the topics, what you are publishing about, are not relevant to an international audience, then probably you're not international. And I would add to this, I made this slide a couple of days ago, I would add a 4th one, that is the aims and scope of your journal one that indicates international, the intention to be international, or the intention to be regional. So some journals that have been accepted to Scopus are very clear that they are regional journals that focus on challenges in Southeast Asia, for example. While other journals say, we are an international journal, even though we are based in Indonesia, we're an international journal. But it has implications for the evaluation. My advice is, do not try and be an international journal if you are not. Yeah. So if you're a journal which focuses on Indonesian challenges, or Southeast Asia, or Asia Pacific, try to leverage your uniqueness. Try to look at your strengths and see, is this relevant to an international audience? Scopus does not require the journal to be an international journal. It does require the content to be relevant to an international audience. So if we look at this journal here, is the Journal of Siam Society. This is a Thai journal. They're accepted into Scopus. They're not an international journal at all. I mean, they are a journal that publishes original articles of scholarly nature on Thailand and neighboring countries in a wide range of disciplines: archaeology, epigraphy, history, ethnology, religion, language, literature. It's very much about Thailand and the countries surrounding Thailand. But the people most knowledgeable about these topics in the whole world are publishing in this journal. No one knows more about these topics than some of the people that are publishing this journal, which is why it's an interesting journal for Scopus to have, because if someone in South America or in Europe or wherever it is wants to learn about these topics, this is a great journal for them to read about that in. And that's why it's a great journal for Scopus to have, but it's not trying to be an international journal. It's a local journal, right? But we had to help this journal to sell its unique strength and make this clear to the evaluator, that when the evaluator goes to the the web page and reads the aims and scope and sees the submission, that they think, hey, it's not an international journal, but it's really good quality and good for an international audience. We should have this in Scopus. So think about that, because I see a lot of journals in Indonesia trying to be international. They put the name international, but objectively, maybe it's not an international journal. So you need to think about it. Peer review, the journal must be peer reviewed. It can be an open peer review, single blind peer review, double blind peer review, but it must be peer reviewed. It can be good if the homepage and provides a lot of information about the peer review and how do you ensure that the peer review is effectively executed. A double blind peer review is difficult because you must hide the identity of the author and reviewer from each other. Sometimes it helps if you have a bit of information about how do you do this? You know, how do you achieve this quite challenging workflow? Another thing that I see the CSAB like is if the papers themselves have like a submission date and a review date and acceptance date. This brings more trust to the evaluator to say, hey, it's peer reviewed. I see information about how the peer review is done. For the papers, I can see which day they were submitted. I can see when they were accepted. I can get a sense of how long the review process is. So I think all of that together builds a little bit of trust. One thing is saying you do a good peer review. The other one is demonstrating that you do this in a responsible and effective way. Questionable peer review. We see many journals that are promising, we will review your paper in 1 week, guaranteed. Or in some cases, it's a managing editor or someone in the, it's not a dedicated reviewer. We see a lot of fraud and a lot of predatory publishing these days. And you have to be careful to take extra effort to demonstrate that your journal is a responsible journal, right? Because there are many journals out there that are trying to trick people to say, hey, we're a scientific journal. You know, if you pay me $500, we'll publish your paper. Guaranteed acceptance, right? So I'm not saying any of you would do that, but because we do have the challenge of predatory publishing, it means that all of us, legitimate people with the right intention, have to take a bit more effort to demonstrate the good process and intention that we have, unfortunately. Diversity of the editor. So a journal should have an editorial board. The editorial board are the group of people who manage the journal. That is an essential part of the journal, to have the right people managing the journal and being able to ensure the journal is good today and good in 5 years and 10 years, right? So this is judged on a spectrum from no editorial board, which is, okay, that's game over, right? No editorial, you must have an editorial board. Cannot be an algorithm. Regional diversity of the editorial board is not in line with the editorial concept, right? Or regional diversity of the editorial board is partly in line with the editorial concept. So if you said that your journal is an international journal, the expectation will be that many of your editorial board come from different countries. So if you said it's international, it would be nice if maybe 50%, 60% of the editorial board come from not just one other country, but from different regions, because it's international. If your journal is said to be an ASEAN journal, Southeast Asia, then it should have editors that come from some other Southeast Asian countries. If your journal is an Indonesian journal, then it makes more sense if most of the editorial board are from Indonesia. But then it would be good if the editors come from different universities, right? Diversity is preferred, but it's always looked at in line with the editorial concept. So again, the vision and scope, I'm an international journal or I'm Indonesian journal, is a key part for all of the other aspects of the evaluation. The same is for the diversity of authors and reviewers. It is judged in context of the aims and scope of the journal. So in international journal, the expectation is that many of the authors come from other countries. And if it's a regional journal, then it's more understandable if most of the authors come from the region, right? Abstracts. Scopus is an abstract and citation database in that we don't have the full text. We link to the publisher where you can get the full text, or we facilitate downloading of the full text. But Scopus itself does not index the full text, which makes the abstract even more important. Abstract should be well written in English with proper grammar. So if it's a Bahasa journal, must translate it really professionally. Google Translate, bad idea. It's not going to work, right? But we see some abstracts that our grammar is poor. They're just not well written. Also, the abstract should be comprehensive. So they should cover not just the context and the introduction and the methodology. It should cover the kind of introduction, methodology, results, and conclusion, comprehensive. What we see is a lot of abstracts are covering only introduction. So the abstract will say that this paper looks into the history of this or that, but it does not explain how it was investigated or what some of the findings are. So the abstract should be comprehensive, representing the content of the paper in English with good grammar. It's really important. And it's very much in your control, because if you have good manuscript, right? If your submissions are good, you have a good manuscript, this is completely under control of the editorial process to, if the first abstract is poor, ask them to write a new one or help them to improve it. Content of the papers. So here, when you submit, I think you're asked to send 8 full text articles that are representative of your journal. And the CSAB might also look at the website and find some other papers. What they will look at when they read the full text is the content in line with the stated aims and title of the journal? So again, is the content that they are selecting and including, does it match with the aims and scope of the journal? So if the journal says, like, we are really specifically about non-communicable diseases in the tropics and looking at the genetic aspects of it or whatever, something very specific. And if you look in the journal and you see papers that do not match this, it falls outside the aims and scope, then that's not good. It doesn't show good editorial control, or it means that the aims and scope are not accurate. So you have to look between setting an aims and scope and then executing so that the papers that are published match the aims and scope. Readability of the articles. Yeah, are the articles nice to read? Is the language good? If it's in Bahasa, they will find somebody who reads Bahasa, an external reviewer, and they will ask them, is it good? So assume that people will read a handful of the articles to get a feel of whether they look good, they read well, whether they're professional. So since I work at Elsevier behind the computer for so many years, I had to get glasses, right? Otherwise everything's blurry. Sometimes you have a good paper, like the manuscript is very good. But when you look at the figures, you can't read them because it's bad quality. The printing, the resolution is not good. So even when you put your glasses on, it's like, I can't read it, or the labels are unreadable, or there are no labels, or they accidentally flipped it around the wrong way. That's a big shame, because if the manuscript is good, it's completely within the editorial control to give feedback and say you need to improve the visualizations, right? You can't read them, or I can't read the label, or whatever it is. So poor quality graphs, figures, tables, and so forth, watch out for that, because again, if the manuscript in principle is good, then this is within your power to have them improve that. Academic contribution. This one is, I think, the most subjective criteria. So they want to look at, I mean, if science is about developing bodies of knowledge, they look at the content in the journal, look at the papers and judge, is this a contribution to the field, to the particular field that you're active in? I've seen some comments in rejection letters that say, well, the journal is not bad, but there are like 3,000 other journals in Scopus that do the same thing. There's no different angle. There's no unique contribution to the field. There's no new bodies of knowledge or being created, and therefore they reject the journal based on it doesn't add value to the reader. It's not doing anything that really takes a body of knowledge from here and moves it forward in some way, or replicates an important finding, or so forth. So it's subjective. It will be reviewed by the chair, the subject chair. So again, it's a human being that's making a decision about the academic contribution to the field based on their own experience and looking at your journal. So going back to what I said about your homepage, your webpage, and the aims and scope, the more that we can demonstrate the importance of our work and our journal and say, this is why this is important. This is why this contributes to this endeavor of higher education, science, research, scholarly publishing, and so forth in my particular field. So the more that you can demonstrate your contribution, the better it is. Citations, in contrast, are the most objective measure. So even if your journal is not yet in Scopus, it can be cited by papers which are in Scopus, right? So your journal, which is not in Scopus, the papers can be cited by journals which are indexed in Scopus. The grading will be from not cited, poorly cited, fairly cited, well cited, extremely well cited. You can go into Scopus and check this yourself. You go into the advanced search. You can use the operator REF. This means references. It means you are searching in the references of all the papers that are in Scopus. I helped Bank Indonesia with the submission of Bulletin Ekonomi Moneter ter Perbankan, which had two names because they have an Indonesian name, they have an English name. So I searched for ref using the Indonesian name and then using the English name. And I saw that there were 101 papers in Scopus which are citing this journal, which at the time was not in Scopus. And I thought 100 is pretty good. We also saw that this journal was being cited by papers that are affiliated to Indonesia, but also to Malaysia and Australia and the United States. So there was some diversity in citations. So for this aspect, citedness for this journal, we thought this is pretty good. Every time I say this, people in the audience ask me, Alex, how many citations do I need? I cannot give you an exact number, but it is relevant to other journals in your field. So if you're an arts and humanities journal or social sciences, the expectation is lower than if you're in engineering or medicine. But I can't give you an exact number. I would say 100 is always a significant number. But if it's like 10, I would say 10 for arts and humanities, social science is a good start, but 10 for the harder sciences is not much. The more citations that you can get, the better. Citations, they cannot argue with. It's not subjective. If you have 200 citations in Scopus from many different countries and from good journals, if you see that your citations come from Q1 journals, for example, this is really good. And it will be hard, unless you really have some other problems with your journal, it will really help you. So driving the visibility of your journal, discoverability of your journal, visibility, so that people find the papers, read them, and cite them is important. But of course, you have to start with having good quality manuscript and all of that, right? Visibility won't help you if the content isn't that good. So once the quality of what you are accepting is good, the next step is to how do you bring that to an audience and make sure the right people are reading it and potentially citing it. So citations are important. Editors, as mentioned, editorial board. Diversity is important, but also who are they? They will look at each person. They probably use the homepage, and they will look, are they prominent researchers? They will try to find the Scopus author profile. If some editors might not be researcher, maybe his managing editor has a different background, it's okay. But I think it's good to demonstrate why the editorial board you have, like what is it, why are those people the editorial board, right? What is it that makes these people qualified? So if there's some way to link to have like profile pages or something that if an evaluator or a person comes and sees this is the editorial board, that if it can be more than just a list of names, but there can be some information about who they are, and it will become more clear why they're on the editorial board, you know, what qualification they have. I think that's good. Publishing regularity basically means that you set a schedule and that you keep to the schedule. So if you say that your journal publishes once a year, then you publish once a year, steady. If you say we publish 2 issues per year, publish 2 issues per year, steady, but don't go like 2 issues this year, go back to 1 issue, go to 2, right? Once you go from 1 to 2, you need to consistently deliver 2 issues. They will look at issues that are not published or serious delays. So they're looking for a regular publication schedule that meets what you have said that you will do. So if you say, oh, we have a lot of good manuscripts, we want to go from 1 to 2 issues per year, that's good, but you need to be able to consistently deliver 2 issues per year on time while upholding the quality of what you're publishing. Online availability, the content must be available online in some way. So a journal homepage is important. We include both open access journals and non-open access journals. So if you're not open access, you want it to be behind a password, that's fine, but it just needs to be available online. The homepage must have an option for English language. So if your homepage is in Bahasa, it's okay, but there must also be an option to have some of the key information in English, because again, your audience, if you're saying I want to be in Scopus, it means your audience is going to expand to an international audience. The quality of the homepage is being looked at, so they're going to check if it's easy to find out what the aims and scope is, who's the editorial board, if they can find your papers, if they can easily download the full text, all of these things, right? So every journal must have a very strong publications ethics malpractice statement, PEMS. Because of predatory publishing, the PEMS needs to comprehensively describe the responsibilities and rights of authors and reviewers and editors, but also the consequences of misconduct. So you need to not only say, for example, to authors, you cannot plagiarize other people's work. You have to also say, if you do plagiarize, if you submit a paper to us and we determine that it's plagiarized, the consequences will be this. Or if an edit, so again, it's not just the rights and responsibilities, but also the consequences of misconduct need to be written. You can model this around COPE, right? So the publicationsethics.org COPE can give a lot of help. I think it's not too difficult. Do not copy paste what a different journal did, right? So sometimes I see a journal and it's like, wow, they just copy paste what someone else did. You need to write your own, right? But use some of the principles that you see that are well executed elsewhere as an example. Another tip, so this is not a rule, but it's a tip. If you have HTML in your homepage, and you also have a PDF of the paper that you can download, please make sure that the PDF and the HTML are matching. Sometimes we go to a website and you look at the article in HTML, and then you download the PDF, and it's two different versions, right? The title is different, the abstract is different. This happens really often. It's an operational thing. It's just a mistake. So take care that you have the consistency between the HTML version that people can read online and the actual PDF that you're downloading. It is also strongly preferred if the front page, the cover page of the article includes the journal name, volume, issue, pages, the names of the authors very clearly linked to the affiliation where they are working. We often see papers where it just says the author name and you don't know where they're working, right? It doesn't say it. It can be, it's not a must, but it is preferred. I see people like it. If there is a date received, accepted and reviewed, it brings transparency to the peer review process. It's not a criteria, it's not a must, but I see that it is effective in demonstrating that. So it's something to think about at least. Journal homepage, I've mentioned it a couple times. It is the first place that the CSAB go. They have a file, but they're going to look at the homepage. So try to make your homepage a nice place to go where it's clear where they can find the different pieces of information. Some things that we think should be included on a homepage are the following. I won't go through them all. I think that Indonesia's web pages are not too bad. That was the deep dive on all of the criteria. So it's a lot of information. I went through it very quickly, and I will give you the slides. Again, the aims and scope of the journal are a very central part. A lot of the other aspects are evaluated in context of the aims and scope. Don't try to be international if you're not. Look at what your strengths are, where you can be strong. Make sure you articulate that in a compelling way, and look at the editorial board, your authors, the topics that you publish in. All of that kind of meets this aim that you've set out for yourself. I have collected some acceptance and rejection letters, mostly rejection letters. But before we go there, I wanted to check if there are any questions and invite Istadi.
Okay. Now we come to reach the interim Q&A session.
10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. And before you delivering your question, so you should mention your name and your institution. Okay, from left side. I think it's John. I will choose one question because we have 4 Johns. Oke, silakan Pak. Pakai mic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alex, for your presentation. My name is Indra. I'm from Riau, Indonesia.
Yeah.
And I have a question about actually, I have tried to follow the rules. I learned from last year about how to index in Scopus, and then I tried to renovate my web page. But I want to know, you tell about the focus and scope, about the content, about the abstract, but I want you to like check, is it possible maybe you check my work in my journal about the abstract is already good, or the title is already good, or like you say the title compared with the another title in the same topics. So is it possible you check maybe briefly the content?
Okay, so you would like me to have a look at your journal, yeah?
Yeah, because I want to make sure about this one is already good or
Yeah, okay. I cannot look at all your journals.
Okay.
Maybe we cannot look at all your journals. but,
Okay.
I want to find a way. So if we had a full day, which we don't, because we're going to look at other databases like Web of Science as well, right? Normally what I do if it's a full day session is to sit in circles and have everyone self-evaluate to practice some of this
Okay.
and look at it. I'm not going to say no to you. Come and talk to me at lunch.
Okay.
And I'll give you my card and we
Okay.
can have a dialogue by email.
Okay.
You send me the link to your journal, I'll have a look. But I warned, if I say it to you and if everybody else says, oh, I also would like you to look at my journal, I'm not going to be able to do it.
But no, I have the question about about abstract. Abstract is maybe the minimum 250, and then can you make it very clear and detailed, and maybe you can give us what about the detail and
In my view, an abstract should be a comprehensive overview of the article, about 150 words. I think is a good aim. When I used to write abstract, I would literally copy paste it from the article. I would take a sentence from the introduction, take a sentence from the methods, take a sentence from the results and discussion, and then maybe change a couple of the words if it didn't read well. It should not be that difficult. You just have to find the right length and make sure that it reads a little bit like the article, like when you read it, you say, all right, this is the context. This introduction usually creates context. Why are we doing this? Then there's a method section on how are we looking into it. Then there's results, which is more about data analysis. It depends which field you're in.
Okay.
And the conclusion and discussion is like, based on the results, the conclusion is this, and discussion might be, what the next steps could be for others to do something like that. I think it's totally worth it to practice writing abstracts. Something that at my university they expected us to do. Every time we wrote a paper, we had to write an abstract, and for Scopus, it's the same. It looks at, is the grammar proper, right? English grammar. And is it a comprehensive overview of the paper? Sometimes what we see is that some papers lack good methodology. So I think something that science struggles with at the moment is reproducibility of science. And sometimes an article itself, not just the abstract, but the article does not adequately describe the method used to look into something, right? How did you collect your data? Exactly what equipment was used? What did you exclude before you did the statistical analysis? All this type of things, right? So if the article itself is missing information, then the abstract might also miss that. But then it's not a problem with the abstract, it's a problem with the article itself. So you have to make sure the article itself has the right information and make sure the right parts of that are included in the abstract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. The next step from the okay, silakan. Okay, silakan. Please mention your name.
Thanks. My name is Reza. I'm from Universitas Islam 45 Bekasi. This is a further question from the gentleman there. I want to know, Alexander, Mr. Servalan, how do you know the novelty aspect of each article? Because it will be quite difficult, right? For example, me, I studied linguistics. How do you know that this kind of title is, it has a novelty side? How do you know? How do you measure?
Let me see if I understand the question. You're asking about the novelty of an
Yes.
article title? Or?
Yeah, the title of the article. You said that you try to measure based on the abstract and the title. How do you know?
No, I think we look very much at the abstract in terms of grammar and completion. The title, I mean, unless the title has nothing to do with the content, titles are not really evaluated too badly, right? I think a title is a little bit subjective. I think some researchers are looking into what we call sexy title, right? Is if people are searching, one of the main things they hit is a title, right? In
Yeah.
any search engine. Probably the parameters are they're searching on the title, abstract, and keywords. So what the correct title for your paper is, I think is up to you. I have not seen too many comments from Scopus saying that the titles of the papers were not appropriate or effective. I do see a lot of comments about the abstract saying that the abstracts are not, the grammar is not good, or that they are not complete. Those are the main two things: bad grammar, or the abstract is not comprehensive, that it only covers the introduction, for example. So I think the main concern is really the abstract. The titles, I've not seen much criticism about the titles.
Oh, I see. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I think I think the novelty will be evaluated in depth by CSIP, relevant CSIP, to see the novelty and so on, because maybe not yet reflected from the abstract. But the grammar, English grammar, is very important. Yeah. Okay. Next question. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the occasion. I am Bijak Riyandi Ahadito. I'm from Indonesian Journal of Fundamental and Applied Chemistry from Universitas Sriwijaya. Before I start, saya mau minta tolong dong, ini AC-nya dikecilin dikit. It's a little bit like the North Pole in here, so cold for me. If I'm not mistaken, I read about diversity of editorial board. How diverse does it need to be for it to be accepted by Scopus?
It's a good question. There's no clear number, right? I can't tell you it needs to be 70%, but I can tell you definitively depends on the editorial, the scope, aims and scope of the journal. So if you say that you're an international journal, I would say at least 50% of the editorial board outside of the country and from several different countries and regions would be preferred. And maybe even better if it's 60% or more. But the diversity is not enough. It also needs to be people who are the right profile and are active. We see some journals that say they have an international board and they have, we see members in different continents, different countries. Well, the CSIB decided to call one up or actually email them. And they said, I did not know I was on the board, right? So they need to be active members, but it's preferred to be from different countries and different regions if it's international. If it's regional, if you say it's a Southeast Asian journal, then I would say at least half or more from different countries. So if you said we were a journal focused on Southeast Asia, but we're based in Indonesia, if you have 40% of your editorial board are local Indonesia with the right profile and prominence, and 60% come from other countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, and so on, then I think that really is strong. If it's less, I cannot say it will not be accepted, right? Because it's only one of the criteria. If all of the other things are very, very strong and it turns out that only, I don't know, 40% of your editorial board come from outside the country, but the people you have here are very strong, it might still be accepted. It's not an algorithm that's run to say this is the number that has to be there, but it's more like a human being is looking at all these criteria and they're looking at the strengths and weaknesses. If there are too many weaknesses, they will not accept the journal. If everything is strong and there's one where you say, all right, well, we don't, it's not as diverse as some others, but it's still a very strong board. If we look at who is on the board, their roles and so forth, and the results, then it's okay. So I can't give you the exact number, but it's more like the mindset and that you have to kind of adopt and looking at that.
Okay, so if I can summarize that, the editorial would be to weight the expertise and also the diversity in all that. Thank you very much for the
Yes,
answer.
yes.
The tip is at least 50% ya. Tapi jangan hanya di 50%-nya saja, karena itu nanti kalau banyak kelemahan kan juga tidak bisa diterima. Okay, maybe one more question.
One more.
Yeah, one more question from the right side ya. Belakang yang kanan, ya. Kanan dari saya ya. Ya.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Alexander.
Good morning.
My name is Eldiza Puji from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. Our journal, namely Journal Profesi Medica, currently is in INTA 2 accreditation, and our journal is one of medical and health journal. So the scope is quite broad. From medical microbiology, pulmonology, you name it, every aspect of health and medical aspect. So in perspective of managing director at Elsevier, do you think this this condition that we have a broad scope will be an obstacle for us to go further to Scopus index? Or if yes, what is your recommendation for us? Do we need to narrow it or else? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the good question. I think it's a good question. How should you determine a scope of a journal? Some of them are broad for good reasons. If you have a reason why you include different fields, I think it's good to articulate the reasons, the rationale, and why it makes sense to include different fields. And is there a particular dimension that you focus on? I think what you want to avoid is to include, to say, well, our journal covers medicine, biology, social sciences, and psychology, and give no reason why you combine them, because then it comes across as if the journal wants to be broad just so that there are enough manuscripts to come in, right? But if you have a reason where if you say, well, actually my journal is about developmental aspects of aging, of healthy aging, and I'm looking at health, I'm looking at sociology, I'm looking at the medical aspects, I'm looking at the neurological aspects, and I'm looking at the impact of that on education and learning and business, for example. That's a reason why, that's a vision on why you're combining different fields in your journal. So I think you have to have, I think, express that rationale and reason for covering whatever your journal covers. In terms of my view as managing director, so I'm a senior consultant at Elsevier. The title of managing director is certainly not mine. I will pass it on to Elsevier that I've been promoted. So I don't make up the rules for Scopus as well, but based on my experience, it can be okay to be broad. I see journals which cover different fields, but it's good if the journal clearly articulates why they cover those fields and what aspects they focus on and what unique contribution their journal is providing in being active in those fields. Then I think it makes sense. But if it just covers a bunch of different fields and there's no rationale as to why, then that can be a bit confusing to the evaluator why.
Okay. Okay. The condition is our journal name is Jurnal Profesi Medica, Jurnal Kedokteran dan Kesehatan. So from the name, we mentioned that our journal is about medical and health journal. So that's why we put all like all department of our faculty. So we put in there. So from your perspective, is this not really good, right?
A journal can fulfill an important institutional role.
Yeah.
So a journal can fulfill the role of providing a place for staff, students to publish. So that's an important role for a journal to have, but that might not be the type of journal that has a good chance to get into Scopus. So Scopus will be looking for journals which have a high level of international relevance and are a platform not just for people from one institution, but really a platform for authors from many different institutions and ideally from many different countries to publish in. I can't judge your journal just based on what you've just said. So the title suggests, you said we include all of our...
Yes, like
all of
all
our
department or faculty we put in there. So, okay, thank you very much. Thank
Okay.
you.
$45 more minutes. Okay. I'll take more questions at the end. I think that I'm talking a lot. I hope that it's still, you still have some capacity. I was thinking of reading some of the rejection letters because it helps to see how the criteria have been applied in reality. I hope they don't seem like mean letters. We're not mean people, but let's see if... Okay, so this is a journal from Indonesia. And it was in arts and humanities area. And it was rejected with an embargo of 2 years. Some of the text said, so let me read it out. It said, at present, the articles hardly ever being cited in Scopus. If the members of the editorial board and no one else is citing a journal, how can we be sure it caters to an international scholarly audience? So there are almost no citations. So that's the first point. They said that there's no one citing it except for the editorial board itself. So there's a concern. The first issue is the editorial board, which is either far too regionally based or not sufficiently involved in the running of the journal. So they have concerns about the editorial board, both the diversity of the editorial board and whether the people are actively involved. So what they're saying is there's some diversity, but we don't believe that everyone is actually involved in actively involved, right? So sometimes you might have some names on a website. Oh, these are our editors, but in this case, they're saying we're not convinced that everyone is an active member. Secondly, the English abstracts are good, but might be even more detailed, showing specific contribution of the research field internationally. Abstracts are key for scholars who may know little about a journal or an article. So again, back to the point I made earlier, the abstracts are very important. The website is also relatively poor, not giving much information about the rationale for the journal and its significance in research terms. So I think it fits with what I was saying in terms of a vision and a scope, and articulating that, making it easy to find. So people know this is who we are, this is what we're doing, and this is why we're doing it. More evidence needs to be provided that this is indeed an international journal. Okay, so apparently they think that this is an international journal, but there's not much evidence that it's an international journal. So there seems to be a bit of confusion for the CSAB if it's sufficiently international. A further problem is the identity of the journal. Some of the articles are short and other come across as weak or peculiar from a scholarly perspective. So they said that some of them are a defense of religious denomination rather than something else. They gave some tips. So here they gave some advice, which is the 10 bullet points there. I won't read them out because I want to go to a different letter. So they give clear reasons in terms of what their main concerns are. There's usually more than one. The rejection letters mean typically there's more than one thing that really worried them. They have given some advice to the journal. So the rejection letter should give advice to the journals what they should improve. In this case, we've asked the journal to wait 2 years. So work on this for 2 years, then they can resubmit. This journal was accepted into Scopus. It's a journal that is apparently multidisciplinary, but also focused on earth and planetary science, environmental science. It had been rejected in 2011. So this one was resubmitted. So it was rejected in 2011 with an embargo, and they spent 10 years preparing the journal. So they put a lot of work into it. And it says here, the journal must be commended for using the intervening years to significantly improve the quality standard of the journal, which is outlined in a very detailed cover letter. If a journal has been rejected from Scopus, the second submission needs to include a cover letter, and that letter will say, we submitted and we were rejected. The rejection letter, we had the following criticisms. This is what we've done to improve our journal. So every resubmission must have a cover letter. The cover letter is your chance to explain this is what we've done. So here they said that the cover letter was well written. So the detailed cover letter speaking to and citing evidence of addressing each one of the reasons which formed the basis of the 2011 rejection. Editorial policy based on COPE guidance has been made transparent, readily accessible online via the journal's website. Editorial board members are eminent scientists in their respective fields. So I think the key point, a lot of weightage is given to the editorial board and who they are, right? In this case, they're saying the editorial board are prominent people, eminent scientists in their respective fields, and represent a number of countries, so there's diversity. The journal has also attended to content quality issues through an improved and more specific focus on the journal's purpose. So the quality of content is good, and they said the journal's content is well presented with DOIs for each article, for discoverability and accessibility, also well-grounded, expansive literature. So I will publish this in the PDF that we'll share afterwards, so that you can read these redacted letters. Journal C, this one's not Indonesian, this one's from South Korea, and it was rejected for 2 years. They were focused on agricultural biological sciences. They were resubmitted, so apparently they were evaluated in 2018, and they said, all right, we're going to submit again. And they were rejected a second time. That's got to hurt, right? That's the articles published in the journal remain poorly cited, so citations are low. You can always check your citations. So it's, I think that's the easiest one to do, is check how often you're cited. It remains unclear if the journal considers itself an international or regional journal. So in the aims and scope, it's not clear, are we international, are we regional? They leave it in the middle. However, it should be made clear that it is not a requirement for a journal to be international before it can be indexed in Scopus. As mentioned, you don't have to be international, but there should be clarity on whether you intend to be an international journal or a local journal or regional journal. The academic standing of the editor-in-chief is not provided. So apparently there's a lack of information about the editor-in-chief, who is the main person managing the journal. They don't really find any information about who this person is, what their qualifications are. So that becomes a problem. This one is an older one. I think this one's from quite a while ago, but I like to use it. It's a rejected journal from Indonesia, and it says the language and grammar in some of the abstracts are poor. So we discussed that, right? That the language and grammar of the abstracts is quite poor. The journal shows an unevenly scholarly quality in the articles. So that's to say some of the articles are really good, but some of them are not good. So there's not the consistency in selecting in the review process and in accepting only ones that are really good. So there's inconsistency. Some articles quite general and lack methodological rigor. So I mentioned that before. If an article has a introduction and then it has like a results and conclusion, but there's not enough information about how did you get there, you know, like how did you really, what's your method for determining this results and conclusion. So I quite often have seen that as well. There's no clear guidance for authors regarding abstract style and content. So many of the abstracts do not provide an adequate summary. Talked about that as well. It should not just be an introduction, but a good summary. So the conclusion is the journal needs to strengthen its editorial team and quality control mechanisms. So they were rejected with quite a long embargo, if I don't remember. This one is also Indonesian rejection letter, but it was a journal where they said, this is a promising journal which partially achieves its aims and is a serious candidate for inclusion in Scopus, but not all the articles it includes are of high quality. Some seem written by those publishing their first tentative thesis type essays. So again, they're saying some of the papers are really, really good, but some of them are so bad that not good that we can't accept your journal. So that's a shame. So they're saying, please apply again in 2 years, showing that more control has been exercised. That would mean not accepting the poor quality papers, continuing to attract the high quality manuscripts. So that was that segment of what I wanted to talk about. Process, the criteria in detail, and some acceptance and rejection letters. I'm happy to think about how Elsevier can support journals with education like this. We also have a platform called Digital Commons. Digital Commons is can be used for journal workflow, management workflow, as well as for the home pages. It's a good alternative for OJS. It's more professional than OJS, but it's not free. So Digital Commons is a paid solution and service. I'm happy to talk about this with anybody that's interested at another time. I'm not going to talk too much about Digital Commons. Digital Commons is not a requirement for Scopus. If you do a really good job with OJS, you get into Scopus just fine, right? It might be easier with Digital Commons in terms of maintenance and visibility and so forth. There's some things that Digital Commons definitely do a lot better than OJS in our opinion. So Digital Commons is basically like OJS in the sense that it can do the whole editorial workflow as well as have the homepage of all the content. But in this case, Elsevier does all of the, can help with the design work and helps with all of the, you don't have to do any maintenance anymore. It's continually updated with new features. It has search engine optimization. So all of the articles that are included in your journal have deep indexing into Google and other search engines so that when people search for something in Google, your journal, if it matches the search terms, will rank very high on Google. We have a lot of results that show that the papers that are hosted, journals that are hosted in Digital Commons are getting a lot more views, a lot more downloads and citations once they move from OJS into Digital Commons. It's a consideration. So I think those are the key things. the workflow is professional. It minimizes maintenance because we do it for you. We help you to design the website to be the way that you want it to be, and it maximizes the visibility of your content and potentially the citations as well. It has a track record of providing good compliance to be included in the many databases that exist. So I think there are more than, let me see, how many journals was it? It's more than 2,000 journals that are using Digital Commons. And many of those journals are already indexed in Scopus. Many of them are indexed in Web of Science, in PubMed, and so forth. So I'm going to skip this. It also includes dashboards so that you can see exactly who's been viewing your content. So there's a lot of analytics that will allow you to see which papers have been viewed and where are your readers and even which institutions. So for example, someone from Samsung read, or it doesn't matter. So we have a lot of profiles and you can understand your readers and the readership, and that can give a bit of insight into the strategy that a journal has in terms of reaching its audience. Having a dashboard that shows the readership details can help in being more effective there. Indonesia, right? We have Universitas Indonesia has about 40 journals on Digital Commons. Bank Indonesia, where my grandfather worked, they have their flagship journals using Digital Commons, and they will have a second journal from Bank Indonesia also using Digital Commons. And most recently, Pajajaran University are using Digital Commons, but they're still transitioning to put their journals on the system. You can link to see these journals and in Digital Commons to get a sense of how it looks yourself. So once I give the PDF is distributed to you, you can just use this page. Click on the link and it will bring you to the homepage there. That's all I wanted to really do there. I think rather than going through this, I just check if there's more questions. Maybe that would be the best way to go instead of presenting a lot more content.
Interim Q&A session, the second interim. Okay, I call from the left zone. Left zone. Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Adelia. I come from the journal by the Audit Board of Indonesia. I would like to ask is whether a collaboration with international publisher is a condition that must be met or make it easier for a journal to index in Scopus. Thank you.
It's a very good question. Thank you for asking. No, so you don't have to be connected to an international publisher. We accept journals that are just university journals or even independent journals. We're really looking at the quality of the journal, the editorial board, and all of the criteria that we look at today. It's really about the quality of the journal, not about the group that's publishing it. So I think 60% of the journals in Scopus do not belong to an international publisher. They belong to local. A lot of them are just university journals. But once they meet these quality criteria, they're welcome to be indexed in Scopus.
Okay. For this slide, yeah, in the front line.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, the Pavilion. I'm Oscar Firdausi Hamza from Alstunit Politeknik Negeri Sriwijaya, Palembang. I have two questions. For the first one is about the presentation of the criteria Scopus selection. We have like Sinta and Arjuna. For example, journal policy. This the presentation like the 10% and totally 100%. I can find on your presentation slide about this criteria, especially the number of presentation of the score. This is the question. The second question is in Scopus.
Maybe we start with one question first.
Oh,
just start with one. You can
Just
ask
one.
another one, but I want to try and understand the first one first and
Okay,
answer it. Otherwise, I'll get a bit lost. So the first question, help me to understand it.
Yeah, you mean the some criteria in the Scopus is similar with our journal accreditation in Sinta?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So the question?
The question is like the journal policy quality of contents, like the Sinta have the score. This one journal policy, the score maximum is 11%, and total is 100%. But how about the Scopus have the like this or not? Because we get a strategy to make a better score in one or three or four criteria in Scopus. This
Perhaps-
my question.
Perhaps in short, whether you have a rubric for assessing the quality of the journal with like certain indicators and value and things like that.
Oh, I think that I presented the ones for the quality is readability of the articles, the readability of the abstracts, and the relevance of the papers to the stated aims and scope. And each one of those is graded on a spectrum. So I don't think we use 0 to 10, but there's a spectrum of like, you know, it's not just yes or no. There is a spectrum of poor to not very good to, you know, so it is a spectrum of the grading is done on a spectrum. I don't know if we can go back to the slides and go through it, but on the PDF you'll see for quality of the content what aspects that we're looking at, right? So I think they were looking at the readability of the articles, the relevance of the articles to the aims and scope, to the quality of the figures, the abstracts as well. So I think that all fits into the category of quality of content. So it doesn't perfectly align with Sinta. So we have worked together with Indonesia for a lot of years, and I think that as Indonesia developed its journal accreditation system, we through the years have developed the Scopus evaluation criteria, and we've been having conversations for how long have we been talking, Study? Like 6-7 years at least. So that my understanding is that the national journal accreditation criteria purposely align themselves with international databases like Scopus and Web of Science. So it's not surprising that you say, oh, that's very similar, but it's not exactly the same. And I think that the national accreditation is really more in context of Indonesia, right? And Scopus would be taking an international perspective on the journal. So for example, we would much more be looking at, is the content relevant to an international audience, which is not as relevant a question for Indonesia to ask. But do you have thoughts about this? Do you have any wisdom to share with him on this?
Jadi one of the criteria in Scopus is about the editorial policy. So the editorial policy of the journal will be checks in your journal about the article, for example, and the appropriateness between the policy and the real in the article will be evaluated by the CSIP. So this is very important about the journal policy. In your journal, maybe the peer review process policy. This is very important to be considered and appropriateness with the real article that you publish in the journal. Okay. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay, we open in the this layer. Okay, the white. Oke, nanti masih ada, Bu. Insyaallah masih ada.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alex. Yeah, I'm David Rizal from Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo, Semarang. My question is about the geographical coverage of authors. Yeah, from your explanation that you explained that there should be diverse. Yeah, in terms of authors, reviewers, and also editors. But there are some journals that are indexed in Scopus that all authors are Indonesians. I think this is not consistent with your explanation. Yeah, could you explain and elaborate why these journals are indexed? Yeah, while others we should have, authors from different countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the challenging question. I don't know the example that you're citing, but do know that it's really looked at in context of the aims and scope of the journal. So if there's a journal that, for example, is an Indonesian journal that looks at the architecture of Indonesia or history of Indonesia, something that is very much about Indonesia, might be relevant to an international audience, right? So it might be anyone that wants to read about this particular topic might be well served by this journal. But because it's a local topic, it might be very natural for most of the authors to be from Indonesia, right? If a journal is, by definition, in the stated aims and scope, an international journal which seeks to have a scope which is really not just serving an international audience, but an international journal that covers international topics, then the expectation will be that the editorial board and the authors are diverse. I'm not aware of any journal that is clearly an international journal that has 90% or 100% Indonesian editors or authors. I'm not aware of such a journal in Scopus. It would surprise me. But I am aware of local journals. Thailand, for example, the Journal of the Siam Society. Almost everyone's from Thailand and a couple of people from Laos and so forth, because they're really looking at that region. But it makes sense because all of the topics that they're covering are local to that region, but it's interesting to an international audience. That is my understanding of the key reasons why there are big differences between different journals in terms of the diversity of authors and editorial board. But that said, there are also other factors that it's one of the criteria. It's one. The journal is looked at holistically. So they're looking at who the people are, prominence of the editors, right? They're looking at the content, they're looking at everything. So it's all taken together. So I think sometimes you might say, oh, an editorial board, this one's not particularly diverse. But even if they're not particularly diverse, but if they're really the right type of people, the right type of profile, and you look at the papers that are being published are highly cited and they match the aims and scope and everything else is really like great quality, then the fact that they're not as diverse as some other journals, it might not be a key factor for that one. So again, no one criteria is looked at in isolation. It's really looking at it together. But I would be very surprised if there's a journal in Scopus that has 100% of the people in the editorial board and authors coming from one country, if it's said to be an international journal. That would very much surprise me.
Yeah, I think the international diversity of authors and editor is very important for the Scopus criteria. Okay, the next zone. Okay, second row.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Alexander, who already talked very crucial points for journal editors in Indonesia. My question is it mandatory for us to have a prominent author in each volume or number of our journal? We know that some researcher is junior researcher, so that maybe they have a minimum experience in research, then maybe the result is not so impactful for the knowledge. And if so, how many prominent authors should be existed in our journal? And maybe these prominent authors who reflect the focus and scope of the journal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another challenging question that doesn't have a black or white answer. I'm not aware of a hard criteria that says you have to have a certain percentage of prominent authors in a given issue or volume or year. I do know that Scopus does look at the authors that are being published, where they're from, and there is a correlation between the prominence of an author and, for example, citations that are received by papers. So prominent authors tend to publish papers which are more often cited. So it does make sense to try and attract as many prominent authors as you can. But ultimately, it's about the quality of the research. So if you have junior researchers and the manuscript is fantastic, it's really good research, then I don't think there's fundamentally a problem with that. So I don't think there's a quota, like you need to have this many prominent researchers. But the question is, if you don't have prominent researchers, can you still have the same level of quality in terms of the papers that are being published, also expressed as citations? Right. So what I see is a lot of journals do well when they attract pretty good authors to publish there. Authors have a network of people that follow them and read their material. So they get more readership and more citations by including prominent researchers who typically, and I don't know if it's always the case, but prominent researchers are more likely to be experienced in how you produce a good quality manuscript. They might be more well-funded. They might have the funding and knowledge and network needed to create a really strong research project and papers. So the question is, if you don't have prominent authors of a certain level, you only have relatively junior people. The question is, are the manuscripts that you're publishing representing high quality research that's important to publish? So I think you've got to find a balance, right? In the beginning, having enough that the quality of your journal is good, and maybe a consistency that they're not all put into one volume, but maybe you want to spread it out a bit. But there is no rule for this is the way that it has to be, and there's no quota for you have to have people that have an H index of a certain amount, and you have to have 1 or 2 or 5 of them in a given year or something like that. I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, so another vague answer, but I hope that the rationale of that I'm trying to share with you is somewhat helpful. Yeah.
I think the quality of article is main consideration, yeah, not the author itself. Yeah, but I think the author reputation is also related with the article quality. Yeah. Will you continue with the next slide?
We have 10 more minutes.
10 minutes.
So if you want me to continue presenting, or do you want me to continue with the Q&A? So if you want to continue Q&A, please raise your hands.
We still have 10 minutes.
See one person.
Until the end of this.
Just ask. She wants to ask a question. So let's have.
Okay, silakan Ibu.
Let's see 2 people.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Erna Budiarti Nababan. I am from Universitas Sumatera Utara. Our journal title is Data Science, Journal of Computing and Applied Informatics. Is there a regulations that the number of papers from other countries should be 70% of the total number of the article to be published? Because we have been, it's been 5 years after we run the journal, but we still have difficulties to get paper from others country. Maybe you have tips for that. Thank you.
Can you reiterate the question? So the question is, I didn't understand the 70% part.
The number of
How
papers
many number of paper from international?
must be
Is it
70% of
like minimum
yes.
12 or maybe 10?
Is there a
60%
regulation?
or not?
No, I don't know of a number to give you. See, if you're looking at international authors, so
Yes.
authors
Yes.
publishing elsewhere, again, it would be related to the aims and scope. If it's an international journal, they're not going to look at only a number, but do the authors come from different countries, for example? But there's no like threshold I can give you, unfortunately. But it's a combination of the not just being international, but also number of countries. So for example, if you, let's say, you say, well, 70% of the authors come from another country, and the other country is Malaysia, and everyone either comes from Indonesia or Malaysia, you still meet 70%, but it's not really diverse because it's only coming from two countries, right? So diversity is not just about the number of, percentage of papers that have an international author, but also how many countries and which countries. So, I mean, if it's an international journal and you have authors that come from South America, North America, Europe, Southern Europe, Middle East, that's very diverse. And Asia, that's very diverse. If you have authors that come from just 2 out of the 5 regions, so to speak, that's a little bit less diverse. It depends on the aims and scope of the journal as well. So there's no algorithm I can give you on these are the exact numbers that you need to create. You need to think about the aims and scope of the journal and look at attracting the right type of people to meet that.
Sorry, we have to publish 5 articles in every edition. So someone said we have to publish at least 3 from others country, 3 papers from other countries. Is there a regulation? So if not, it's okay.
So you want to publish 5 papers per issue.
Every edition we
Yeah.
publish 5 articles,
Okay.
so we have to receive at least from 3 others country than in Indonesia.
That could be a reasonable ambition, but there's no criteria to make that mandatory. So again, we don't have a threshold or a rule that says that this percentage needs to be there. But if that for you internally is an ambition and a kind of KPO for yourself that makes sense, then that sounds very reasonable to look at 3 out of 5 papers having an international author might be a very good goal for you. But again, it's not from our side. That's not what's going to make the difference. It's a combination of things that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
I think there is no rule, mandatory rule. Should be 3 or 4 and so on. Yeah, but should reflect the international diversity of the author. Okay.
So we have 5 minutes. I did have some slides, but I'm not going to go through them all. Go back down here. So I was going to talk a little bit about predatory publishing, which is a bad thing. So predatory publishing is when journals pretend to be scientific journals, but they are just people trying to take your money, basically. So a lot of researchers are publishing accidentally in predatory journals because bad people these days, you have internet, it's really easy. It's really easy to build a website and to say, I'm the scientific journal of this and that. And if you pay me $200, I will publish your paper, and we are indexed in Scopus and Web of Science. Please trust us because it says so on the website. It's a big problem, and it's increased a lot, and we want to educate people to not fall for this trick, because the internet today is the same as if you're walking in the city. If you're walking in Jakarta on the city and someone says, hey, I've got this watch, you can buy it for $10. I promise you it's authentic and real. You will not believe them, right? You'll be like, no, you're just trying to take my money. The same is true here. We have to teach young researchers to not fall for the trap of predatory publishing, because they're desperate to make their KPOs, right? They're desperate to publish papers. I was going to tell you about some of that, but the key thing is that we are removing paper journals from Scopus. So we select journals and we deselect journals using the same mechanism, roughly. We, based on publication concerns, so this is when people tell us, I think this is a predatory journal in Scopus, and if they provide us evidence that this is the case, we remove the journal from Scopus. But we also remove journals that are not performing in terms of citations. We remove journals that have funny behavior, like they go from 40 papers per year to 800 papers per year once they get into Scopus, this type of things. But we flag the journals that we think maybe there's a problem, we flag them, and then the CSAB will reevaluate them, and so far we've discontinued about half of the ones that have been flagged. So it's just good to know. I don't want to focus on it too much. We have a list in Scopus, so you can always see which journals are active in Scopus and which ones have been added in Scopus and which ones have been discontinued in Scopus. You can download that from within the Scopus interface. If you go to scopus.com, you go to sources, you can download the title list with all three categories, all of the latest content, and it's updated once a month. We used to update it less often. It's now updated once a month. You should be able to understand when a journal is discontinued from Scopus, because it will say discontinued from Scopus. In most cases, we keep the older content stays in Scopus. The rationale is the journal was good when we accepted it. At some point, it changed its behavior. Either the quality went down or they adopted some unethical practices. So we stop indexing them. So we keep the old content there because we don't want to remove papers from people's author profiles and so forth, right? We want to maintain consistency. However, if there is like a massive fraud, if there's a really big problem, we reserve the right to remove the journal entirely. That was everything that I had to present. It's a lot of information. I hope that it's to some degree helpful. I'm going to stay here during lunch. Please feel free to come up and talk with me. We can exchange cards. Please come up and talk with Johan and with Irwan, and please take a couple of minutes to take the closing survey. So again, I hope that some of what I presented today is helpful, and I wish you a lot of success in developing your journal in the following years and whatever other ambitions that you might have. And hope that you have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Let us give applause. Yeah. Now we reach the end section of this session. So I would like to highlight some items in this session about the criteria to be indexed in Scopus. The first one is about the focus and scope and also vision of the journal. This is very important to be considered by the journal. The second one is about the international diversity of authors and editors. This is also very, very important. The next one is the journal should give significant unique contribution to field or novelty, yeah. And then the setedness of the journal should not only the number of citation, but the quality of the cited journal is also very important. And the reputation of the scientific standing of the editors, also editor-in-chief, is also should be considered. And the last one is the index journal will be re-evaluated by the Scopus continuously. We call it as radar, radar evaluation by the Scopus. So I think this is a very great presentation from the Mr. Alexander van Severen. Let us give applause again for his great presentation. And thank you for the attention, and hope we can meet in the next agenda, for maybe next year or in other agenda. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Saya kembalikan lagi ke MC.
Ya. Terima kasih Prof. Istadi, thank you Mr. Alexander. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang tadi sudah mengajukan pertanyaan, saya mohon untuk mengangkat tangan dan berdiri. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu yang tadi sudah bertanya, mohon untuk mengangkat tangan dan berdiri. Ya. Oke, so Mr. Alex, we need you to choose 9. Yeah. Okay. We need you to choose 9 the best question. Yes.
So in that case, everyone who asked a question, please stand up. So it's all right. They can all come up here. Yeah. So I think just come up here, the ones that asked the question. Yeah. I thought your question was good. Her question was good. Your question was good. Your question was good. You should see how bright the lights are when you're standing on the stage. It's like really hard to see. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all right, do we have too many now, or how do we have enough?
One more. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So Mr. Alex, please to give hand over the to give.
Arranged all of this for you. It's not idea, yeah. So you wanna decide who gets what?
Ya, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu. Oke, Bapak Ibu bisa berfoto bersama. We will take a photo together, Mr. Alex. Oke, Bapak Ibu silakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Ya, Bapak Ibu, demikianlah tadi sesi pertama yang boleh kita simak bersama. Dan kita akan jeda sejenak untuk santap siang. Namun sebelumnya di depan Bapak Ibu bisa bergabung dengan grup WA melalui barcode yang sudah ditampilkan. Berikut adalah workshop editor untuk eksak, untuk bidang eksak, sedangkan yang sebelahnya untuk yang bidang sosial. Ya, jadi Bapak Ibu dipersilakan untuk menuju restoran yang terletak satu lantai di bawah ruangan ini. Akses tangga menuju restoran itu ada di sebelah kiri dari ruangan ini, dan Bapak Ibu dapat mengikuti arahan dari panitia di depan. Kami mohon Bapak Ibu untuk kembali ke ruangan ini pada pukul 13 WITA, dan untuk menghemat waktu, mohon untuk Bapak Ibu bisa hadir di sini kembali sebelum jam 13 WITA. Demikian yang dapat kami sampaikan. Selamat menikmati. bagi Bapak Ibu yang akan sholat, itu musola ada di sebelah restoran, satu lantai di bawah ruangan ini. Terima kasih. Sedikit informasi bahwa sertifikat peserta dan materi presentasi itu akan dibagikan secara daring melalui tautan yang nanti akan dibagikan oleh panitia Bapak Ibu. Dan untuk SPPD yang sudah ditandatangani, Bapak Ibu dapat ambil di meja registrasi. Terima kasih.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Lina.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Rani.
We can
How are you?
test. We can test the. Oh, I'm good. How do you do?
I'm good. I'm good.
We
So
can test
shall I?
the
Yeah.
presentation.
Okay. Let me
Yes.
share the screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Apa sih? Okay. Okay. Later, who's share the screen? You
I
see
will.
or?
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
And is it the slides are moving, right?
Yes.
So, okay. Yeah. So I will share the screen when I log in at 3 p.m.
Mrs. Lina, can you wait for a while? I need to call the committee because they don't have lunch. I need to call them right now to come here.
Okay. Okay.
Please wait. Thank you.
Tolong
teleponin Pak Kris tuh. Tolong teleponin Pak Kris. Iya kan mau testingnya Linanya udah join.
Aku sama Mas Yoga.
Pak Kris, Mas Yoganya lagi ngambil layar. Ini biasanya gimana sih nyambunginnya? Katanya sih.
Mas, edit punya ini. Ayo gak panggilannya ke saya. Acara tanggal 25 jam 9 kalau bisa bagian foto atau acaranya mulai Selasa.
Tolong bilangin Mrs. Linanya sudah join di Zoom. Dia tuh keluar suaranya dari mana ya?
Dia keluar suaranya nggak ada yang kesini. Kalau langsung dari sana. Jadi ntar pas waktu ini biar join laptop operator. Kalau nggak posisinya ditukar. Ada yang aja lari masuk sini.
Ini kan mau testing kan? Mesti gimana cari testingnya? Ada yang join, ada yang buka YouTube-nya nggak Mas?
Ya. Mas Chris itu yang mana? Kita buka juga bisa.
Bukan itu satu. Duh, Buden aku nggak bisa ngangkat telepon. Aku lagi join Zoom. Anyway, Mrs. Lina, we already post the picture of Joanna Ball because we already apa Mas bahasa Inggrisnya nyetak apa sih? We already print the backdrop and later we want to you we apa ya?
Oh, coba.
Sorry. Later we will announce you as the
You can just say that I'm replacing Joanna Ball because she could not be here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
No
We
problem.
will okay, no problem, yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
So shall I log out now? Hi, Rani, is the testing over? Can I log out now?
Yes, Mrs. Lina, you can log
Okay.
out now.
So I'll see you at 3 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, dimohon untuk menempati tempat masing-masing karena sesi akan segera kita mulai. Baik, hadirin sekalian, acara akan kita lanjutkan dengan materi kedua, Web of Science Selection Criteria and Evaluation Process, dengan narasumber Mr. Si Tyu Seng dari Clarivate Analytics, didampingi oleh Profesor Ikomang Gede Wiryawan dari Universitas IPB. So, please welcome Mr. Si Tyu Seng and Professor Komang. Please come to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Komang Wiryawan from Bogor Agricultural University. I think this is not good time to listen a presentation because after lunch, usually we feel sleepy. But please don't look at me. Look at Dr. Liu Shengxi. He's young and handsome, so he will give many information for us. So before he will give presentation, I would like to shortly mention his CV. Dr. Liu Shengxi finished his bachelor degree from National University of Singapore in chemistry. I don't know what is the relationship between chemistry and journals. And he got his PhD from the same university, National University of Singapore. And he is now a regional business manager for Southeast Asia in Clarivate. And before he joining Clarivate, Dr. Liu Sheng was a postdoctoral researcher at the National University of Singapore from 2013 to 2015. During that time, he was a business lead at Singapore-based Luminicell, and he raised a lot of money, 50,000 Singapore dollars, seed funding to develop unique fluorescent technology. And I think there are some more information. So today, Dr. Liu Shengxi will give presentation on Web of Science selection criteria and evaluation process. So we will have 90 minutes for presentation and discussion. Hopefully 1 hour for presentation and 30 minutes for discussion. So please welcome Dr. Liu Shengxi. Time is yours.
Thank you. It's loud. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Komang. First, thank you, Pak Yoga, for inviting me to speak at this event. It has been a long time since I see so many of you. And thank you, Xander, for sharing me tips that I should not attempt to speak on the stage and I should go ahead and look at my slides here. All right, so I represent Clarivate, specifically today we'll be representing the Web of Science. So I have been told to share with you more information on how the Web of Science select journals, and of course also give you some additional tips on what are some of the best practices that we have seen in successful journals, so that you can know what we look out for and also possibly learn some strategies on how to reach that goal. So let me try to navigate this. Am I supposed to click up, down? It's not. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's lagging a little bit. You're so sleepy after lunch or summer. Okay, this, oh, it's stuck again. Up. Maybe try this side. Oh, okay. So to give, so to give you some updates on the current status of the Indonesian journals in the Web of Science, we currently have 71 journals that has been indexed in the Web of Science. And we spend a lot of time in the morning to talk about author diversity. So in fact, 70% of the published papers in these journals are from Indonesian universities. So it's an average number. So by and large, this means that your journals are still, for the most part, publishing locally. And as the previous speaker has mentioned, this is not necessarily a problem because it really depends on the type of journals that you want to develop. And lastly, all of the journals that is in the Web of Science, including the 71 Indonesian journals, all of these journals will be awarded a journal impact factor next year. Okay, so I will give you more information on that. So all of the journals, once you indexed in the Web of Science, there will be a journal impact factor from next year onwards. All right, so this is actually the announcement that was made, I believe 2-3 months ago, that we are making changes to the way we give impact factors. And right now, only the journals in the Science Citation Index and the Social Science Citation Index are given journal impact factors. And there is a historical reason for this, but now things have changed. We have, for example, new indexes. We have the Emerging Source Citation Index, and we also have new journal indicators, the JCI, which was launched last year. The Journal Citation Indicator is known. So with all of these changes, what we think is that it is time and we are ready to give the journal impact factor for all journals that's indexed in the Web of Science. And what this means is that for the first time, this has not happened before, for the first time, Indonesian journals are going to have a journal impact factor, and all 71 of them next year. Okay, so for the first time, it never happened before. And one of the questions that we get a lot, and including from Indonesia and from DIKTI as well, how do we compare journals that is in the emerging source? Because the emerging source citation index back then didn't have an impact factor, right? So now that is going to change, and you will be able to measure quantitatively what is the citation impact of your 71 journals that is indexed in the Web of Science. And the last point would be, this will give you much higher transparency. We have been transparent before, but perhaps not far enough. And now the feedback is that with this, we will then be a lot more transparent than before. All right, so the Web of Science, just as an introduction, we are the first citation index developed in the 1960s, right? I was not born in the 1960s, so actually the Web of Science is older than me by a few decades at least. So we actually use a very unique way to curate and select journals. And one of the unique ways which differs us from the previous speaker is that we use in-house journal editors to do this work on a full-time basis, meaning to say it is their full-time job to look at journals. They don't teach, they don't do research, they don't publish, they don't have all sorts of other professional duties. They are full-time employees that focus on journal selections. And we invest in this particular group because we felt this is important to be objective, and it's important that we don't have any potential conflicts of interest. So the Web of Science is well known as a platform. Platform meaning it has various collections, and the Web of Science contains various collections. So at the top, we actually have what we call the regional collections. We have one in Korea, China. We have one in more recently in Egypt, which is the Arabic Citation Index. So one day, I am actually hoping that Indonesia will launch your own Indonesian Citation Index. That way, all Indonesian journals will be indexed via citations, and you will be able to see how well the thousands of journals in Indonesia is performing. Right now, like we have heard, 71 is in the Web of Science, which is a good number, but is nowhere close to what the country has to offer. So we do work with various governments, as you can see here. So these are what we call local or regional indexes. We have a few countries, and then we have some other collections that is specially for life sciences or especially for zoology. So we have a zoological records here, and we have some other specialty third-party collections. I will not go too much into it. So what we are focusing today is what we call the Web of Science core collection. So sometimes the name is a bit too long, right? So we just call it Web of Science. But for the most part, when somebody says the Web of Science, they usually mean the Web of Science core collection. So what is the Web of Science core collection? So it consists of several indexes, and on the top here, we have the Science Citation Index Expanded, Social Science Citation Index, Arts and Humanities Citation Index. We have the Emerging Source Citation Index. We have one for books. We have one for conferences. So the entirety of this is called the Web of Science core collection. So today, our focus is mainly on journals, but of course, we also have a set of criteria for conferences. Some of you all publish books, so we also have a set of criteria for books. All right, so how does this work? So as I have mentioned, we use a team of expert in-house full-time editors to do this work. So we don't outsource this, we don't automate this via algorithms, etc. It's all done expertly by our in-house group, full-time editors. I've explained before that that is their only duty, so they are not affiliated with any institutions, publishers, etc. So the editors, and I'll go through this with you, we use a set of 28 criteria, 24 plus 4. Okay, why 24 plus 4 is because 24 is actually what we call the quality criteria. So the quality criteria means a set of criteria that you would have to meet before you can be considered for the Web of Science core collection. And then the impact criteria will be an additional 4. Okay, I will go through this in more detail. So what happens is when you send a journal for our evaluation, you don't choose, okay? You don't say that I want to be evaluated for emerging source, or I want to be evaluated for social science. No, 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 you don't do any of that. You just submit, that's it, okay? You just submit, and then what happens is we will then apply the 24 plus 4 criteria. I will talk about this criteria later. So if you meet the 24 criteria, then you will go into the emerging source citation index. If you meet the quality and impact criteria, you will be in one of these 3 collections. We call them the flagship collections. So one important thing to note here is that you have to pass the quality criteria first. There are many journal editors that come to say, hey, Teo Seng, we have a lot of citations, our impact is very good, why are we not selected? And the reason is because we have to meet the quality criteria first. If you don't have the quality criteria, then you will not be selected in the first place. And if you are already in the Web of Science, you will be deselected. All right, so quality first, the 24, then plus the additional 4 later. Okay, so what is this 24 plus 4? I'm not sure whether you can read them, but I will go through them in some detail. So we have this one, quality criteria, each of these is 24, add together, and then the impact criteria would be the additional 4. And on the slides, you will see what happened when you pass each of the stage and what happens if you don't, right? So successful outcome at this stage will be this, and then if you fail, then something else will happen. So this is actually our standard flyer for our selection process. You can find this on our website. You will have a copy of this after the talk as well. So you will have this, okay? So you will know what are the criteria we look out for, what happens at each stage if you pass and if you fail. All right, so let's go through the first stage, which is what we call the initial triage. Those working in hospitals will know what is the triage, right? So the triage really just means the selection process. So in this case, the initial triage is a very basic process. I think all of you should be able to meet this, okay? Literally, it's that straightforward. The purpose of the initial triage is for us to know and identify your journal. That's all to it, okay? We need to know and identify your journal. How do we do that? What do we ask for? We ask for ISSN. I'm sure all of y'all have one, right? So it's not a problem. Journal title that is consistent with the ISSN number, very straightforward. I'm sure you can do that. The journal publisher, of course, you know your own publishing house, and address if applicable, URL, all of your, most of your use OJS, you must have a URL. So it's very easy. Content access, most of you, again, are open access. If you have a password, let us know the password. But I think most of y'all should be open access. So you just submit, right? So again, very straightforward. Presence of peer review policy. So you have a statement that says you practice some kind of peer review, single blind, double blind, open, doesn't matter. We just need to know that your journal has some kind of peer review. And lastly, some kind of contact details, usually email. And that's all to it, really. It is very straightforward. If you fail this, what's going to happen? If you fail this, you cannot even submit. So that you cannot even go on, right? Because we can't recognize what journal you represent. So very straightforward. You cannot even submit. So you cannot go to the next step. So obviously, since you cannot submit, there will be no embargo, no nothing. The only outcome is that, oh, I need to re-enter some stuff. That's all. Okay. So this is the initial triage. Very straightforward. All of you all should be able to meet this. So if you are successful, then congrats. You will move on to the second stage. We call it the editorial triage, which is the next stage. So what is the editorial triage? The editorial triage essentially determines if the journal is a scholarly journal and whether or not the journal meet the minimum criteria for our editors to do more evaluation. Okay, so this is where you have to show that the journal meets certain basic scholarly criteria. So you are going to show that your journal has original research reviews, so all sorts of scholarly content. So we run into some problems here for law journals, for example. I don't know whether any law journal editors are here. We run into problems with law journals at times because they submit to us a collection of various case laws. It's not original research. It's just, a collection of all the case laws. And so it's not scholarly. Then they fail at this stage, right? But if you are in the hard sciences, I think most of y'all should be able to pass this. It's fine. The article abstract in English, my previous speaker has mentioned, is the same criteria. I will not talk about it more. And then we expect the bibliographic information references, especially, to be in the Roman script. Shouldn't have a problem in Bahasa as well. That's not a problem. Clarity of language. We look at grammar. We look at whether when we read the abstract, we understand what's happening. Okay, so if you need to translate, do it professionally. Google Translate, bad idea, right? So clarity of language will be important if you publish in the local Bahasa. Timeliness, we will check your publication schedule. If you say you publish 3 times, we will check for the past few years, did you publish 3 times? And is it regular? When you say 3 times, that means once every 4 months. We will see whether you publish once every 4 months. We will check your website. This is quite straightforward, whether it works. We will look at ethics statements. So this, I think all of you are familiar with the COPE standards, right? So you can use the COPE principles. But I want to caution you here because I have seen a number of cases whereby it is rejected because the statement is copied from somewhere. You know, they go to, I don't know, some other big publishers with a ethics statement, they copy and paste, okay? It, again, is a very bad idea, okay? We will know because we check all these things. So the idea behind the ethics statement is that we want you to show us that you know what ethics your authors are supposed to adhere to in your own words, because it's your own journal, right? If you cannot even know what ethics standards your authors are supposed to meet, then we have a problem, right? So you shouldn't copy and paste. Please do your best. Use the COPE principles to craft out your own ethics statement. Editorial affiliation, I think this is fine. Most of y'all would have a list of the editorial board members, where they are from, etc. And we ask the same for the authors. Okay? So this is the second stage. We call it the editorial triage. Again, this is, I would say, relatively straightforward, because if you have been publishing scholarly content, all of this should not be news to you. Okay? So the thing here is, what if you fail? What if some of this, like this one, right, like I mentioned, somebody copy and paste something, they got rejected. So what happens? If you fail this particular stage, we will just send it back to you. We will say, Bapak Ibu, this one you didn't you didn't meet some of these criteria. Please resubmit. Okay. Again, something is wrong. We will go back to you and you will resubmit. That's all. Okay. There is no serious, no overly serious consequences here. We want to ensure that your journal is suitable for the next stage. So what is the next stage? If you successfully do this, the next stage would be what we call the editorial evaluation for quality. Okay, so this is where things gets a little bit more serious, I would say. So we will look into your journals in a more in-depth fashion. So we will start looking at various content of your journal. Okay, before I go on, right, so these are the 2 triage stages. Very straightforward. The first one allows you to successfully submit. The second one allows us to know that yours is a scholarly journal. Any questions about these 2 stages? Hope not. Okay, that's good. So that means it's quite straightforward, right? Oh, there is a question. Can I maybe let me run here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. C. D. Sheng. About the editorial trick, I just want a little question about the article title. This for the OJS or a full article, we should write in article title in English. This is my question.
Yep. So yes, it should be in English. So from OJS, you should be able to publish all these titles in English. So if you have a Bahasa title, that's fine. But we also need an English version for both titles and abstract. Full paper is fine. So the full text can be in Bahasa. So the title abstract will be in English. Okay. Thank you for the question. All right. Let's move on. We can probably come back again. So these are kind of some of the examples. Let me give you an example. This one, right? So these some examples. This in Korean, right? And there is a Korean abstract, and then this is an English abstract. So you can actually do this if yours is in Bahasa. And in this case, you see the references. I believe this is Russian, and the references are actually in a Romanian script. So even though the text is in Russian, so it is
just a requirement because we have an international audience that require this to be in English. Okay, so what is the next step? The next step is actually what we call the editorial evaluation for quality. So as I mentioned, this becomes a bit more serious, right? Because our editors is going to spend time to look at your journal, okay? So there are consequences here, okay? So don't submit when you're not ready. So at a quality step, what we do is we look for alignment. So you have seen this word, or you have seen this quite a number of times this morning. So the key word here is consistency. We want you to be consistent. You say you are doing this, we want you, we want to see that you are really doing that, okay? If you say that you are Indonesian Journal of Forestry, we want to see that you are publishing in forestry. We want to see majority Indonesian researchers, majority Indonesian board members, etc., etc. Okay? So, like my previous speaker has mentioned, I will also say this in my own words. There is no need to be international if your journal is not international. We just want consistency. So whatever that you say your journal is supposed to do, we will check against that, okay? So in this case, we will look at the journal title and scope and whether it is consistent with the editorial board and the published content, like I mentioned a few seconds ago. So we will look for editorial rigor, meaning to say whether the editors are doing their job, whether there are some mistakes here that can be easily captured by the editor, but it's not done, okay? We look for things like this. So specifically, these are what we look for. Board composition. So the questions that you all have is how many editors do I need? How many countries do I need? And the answer is consistency, okay? If you say that your journal is Asia Pac, then we want to see Asia Pac representation, not just editorial board, also authors and institutions. So in other words, what you declare your journal to be, we will measure against that. Okay, so be very careful in what you declare your journal to be. If you declare an international journal, we will match it to international requirements. Okay, so ethics statements I mentioned just now already. So in this case, there will be a more rigorous check of the nature of the statement. Then peer review, we want to see evidence of adequate peer review. What do we mean by this? Okay, we look at things like accepted date, review date, and to see whether how fast is the reviewing done, because very fast reviews usually becomes a problem, right? It means that there is possibility of fraud or anything like that. So we do look at how good is the peer review, and we can tell. It's actually quite easy to tell, because when the quality of the peer review is bad, you will see a lot of mistakes. You will see a lot of mistakes in the full text, in the abstract, etc. So those are kind of evidence of peer review being done properly. So we will look at various articles to see whether there is evidence of peer review or not. Content relevance. So again, the keyword here, consistency. Okay, you say the journal is this, we will want you to publish in this. Same thing. So grants detail, not needed, but good to have. So if your authors submit a paper to your journal, then do ask them for grant details. I know OJS can do that. They can submit grant agency as well as grant numbers. So if you have that, that will be good, even though it's not mandatory. The next one will be what we call community standard. Okay, apa ini apa community standard? It's like this. I think Prof. Komang mentioned I'm a chemist, right? So chemistry has certain standard. When you write the chemical name, certain terms needs to have italic. When do you use a comma? When do you use a dash? There is agreement. If you are a chemist, you know what I'm talking about. So there are standards like this. So if you have a chemistry journal, we expect all these standards to be adhered to. So another thing will be zoology, right? So zoology, there is also standards. The species name is written in Latin, and then it is in italic. All of these things, right? If you have certain standards in your own research field, you know what these standards are, okay? And our editors will check that your journal actually meet and adhere to this, what we call community standards. Globally, everybody knows about this, okay? If your journal has certain standards like this, like those that I have just mentioned, we expect you or we expect your journal to adhere to those standards, all right? And then we have author distribution. So same thing, how many authors, how many countries, how many institutions, and the keyword is consistency, right? So again, depending on your title and scope, we will then look at whether it's consistent or not. And finally, we have what we call the appropriate citations to the literature. So in this case, we are looking at whether your articles are citing the right literature. What do we mean by this? We mean that if yours is say, a natural science journal, we will expect most of the references to be in natural sciences. So that means they are citing the appropriate literature in that sense. And if yours is a humanities journal, then maybe we will expect citations to other humanities subjects or even non-scholarly sources, because humanities tend to cite all these things, right? So it depends on the subject again, and it is a way for us to know whether your authors know what they are supposed to cite. And it also a way for us to see whether peer review is done properly, because all these things, most of the time the reviewers will point out, hey, you should cite this, hey, you should cite that. So again, the peer review part reviews itself if it's not done properly, right? Okay, so you can actually tell that doing this is a lot of work, right? It's not just checking ISSN, check this, check that, right? This is quite a bit of work. So our journal editors would spend months doing this, okay? And because it is so thorough, and if you fail this, then we will say, I'm sorry, you fail each of these things, and you need time to correct them, okay? So people are very upset when we talk about embargo. They say, why I have this 2 years embargo? What happened? The reason is because things takes time, right? You can't just correct things overnight. And these are somewhat serious problems. So the expectation would be that you need 2 years to, at least 2 years, right? To go and correct all these things. Okay, so unfortunately, if your journal is rejected at this stage, take it as advice and take it as a lesson for you to know where to improve, and don't be too overly anxious to submit again, because things really take time to get corrected. All right, so if you fail this stage, I have explained to you what happened. If you pass, then what happens? If you pass, then congratulations, you are now in the Web of Science core collection. In this case, you will be in the emerging source citation index, okay? And it's part of the Web of Science core collection. And since you have already passed this, then yes, that's good. You are now in the Web of Science. Then there is another 4 additional criteria, right? There is this impact criteria, 4 of them. So what do we look for impact when we look at impact criteria? Now, before I talk more about this, it is important to note that actually the 24 criteria, all 24 of them that I mentioned before, is all within your control for the most part, right? You can control whether there's a peer review, you can control things like adherence to the community standards, everything you can control, okay? So in other words, all of you in this room have the opportunity to be in the Web of Science by virtue of the 24 criteria. Everything is within your control. Now, what is not within your control is actually the next 4 criteria, which is this, the impact criteria. It's not so much within your control. Why? because most of them is based on citation analysis. You cannot force people to cite your journal, right? Maybe you can, but it's not a very sustainable way of getting citations. So the 4 is mostly out of your control because it is how the scholarly community wants to read, use, and cite your work. So we understand this, right? It's not within your control. You cannot force people to use and read your work. So these are separated out. These are 4 impact criteria. So if you look at this, we look at citation analysis. If yours is a mathematical journal, we will compare your journal with other mathematical journals to see how good you are, etc. We look at authors, how prominent they are, how well cited they are. If you manage to attract very well cited authors, that's good. And we look at EBM, means editorial board member, same thing. If you have editorial board members that are very well cited, that's good. We look at these things as well. And finally, there is what we call content significance. This one, usually editors don't like this because this is a bit softer, right? It's a bit, what's the word for it? Qualitative, right? So our editors, because it's their full-time job to read this literature, they know what is being published out there. So they will make a judgment call. Oh, is this significant? Does this add additional value to the literature, etc.? So this one, I can't really tell you much, but the idea is that it's based on expert opinion, right? So we will read your content and decide whether, hey, is this new? Is this significant? So like I mentioned, these 4 are what we call the impact criteria, which is additional and mostly outside of your control. So if you fail this, okay, if you meet this, then you will go into the flagship collections because you have then successfully go through the 24+4 criteria. But if you fail the impact criteria, it's not the end of the world, yeah, okay, because you already meet the 24 criteria, so you will actually go into what we call the emerging source collection. And as I mentioned, all of you in this room can meet the 24 because the 24 is all within your control, okay? So if you have an aspiration today, go and find out the 24, make sure you meet all 24, and then you will be in the Web of Science. The other 4, we can spend more time on it because it needs time to develop the impact. And as I mentioned, it's mostly outside of your control, okay? So do what you can, make sure the 24 criteria are met, and that will actually enable you to get into the Web of Science. All of you in this room and people online can also, all of you can meet the criteria, okay? It's all within your control. All right, and there is a process whereby we evaluate the impact over time. So when you are in the emerging source, every year we will shortlist those with significant impact to reevaluate. So there is a possibility for you to move between the collections. If you are in the emerging source, you get more impact, you can go into the flagship, and the other way around also possible. Yeah, once you are in the flagship, don't be too comfortable. If you lose the impact, you will then be moved to the emerging source collections. And like I mentioned, don't care about the impact. If you lose the 24 criteria, right, then you will be deselected. Okay, there will be no other way out. You have to meet the 24 first before we talk about anything else. Okay, so this is what I was talking about in a nutshell. These are in words. So the idea here is we will reevaluate journals consistently, whether they still meet the 24 criteria, and if they do, whether they meet the additional 4 impact. Then if they do, then flagship. If not, then you remain in the emerging source. And there is a timetable here, right? Because one of the things that we get asked a lot is, when do you finish the evaluation? When? Can you tell me tomorrow, the next day, or when? So usually it's like this, right? The first half of the year, we tend to focus on the new evaluations. So meaning to say you submit now, the first half of next year, there's a good chance that your journals will be evaluated as a new evaluation. And the second half is what we call the re-evaluation, meaning to say the 71 journals, the 71 Indonesian journals that are already in the emerging source, the re-evaluation will take place mostly in the second half of the year. Okay, so there is some kind of it's not hard and fast rule, but it's more like we tend to focus new evaluations in the first half and the re-evaluation in the second half. So that to give you some context of what we do throughout the year. All right. Okay. So how do you submit? You can use QR code. You can copy this, or you can look at the URL on top. The QR code works as well. So there is a publisher portal, so you will need to have an account, free account, right? You just go there, have a form an account logged in, and you will be able to submit. Okay, then you will start with the initial triage, right? So you will need to provide all the details, and things will just move from there. And this is how it looks like. Okay, when you log in, and if your university have multiple journals, this is what you can potentially see. So these are the journal titles. What is the ISSN? When is it submitted? What is the status? Okay, accepted, evaluation, rejected, no change, etc. So you can do this. Do go and submit. You can create the accounts and submit your journal. And remember, the initial triage is there to ensure that you can submit successfully. And then what happens after that would be editorial triage, editorial evaluation, and finally impact evaluation. So you can go and then see what is happening with it. You can see the status. For those of you who have submitted before, okay, before means 2 years ago, and then you are still waiting, don't know what's happening. Firstly, let me know, okay, grab me later, I can check for you. And secondly, please go and do this, okay, so that you will know what is happening with your journal, because we don't capture journals that has been submitted 2 years ago. This is live for about 2 years, I think. So anything before that, we don't capture anymore, okay? So please, if you have not submitted before, submit to this. You have an account, you can see what exactly is happening. All right, with this, I think is a good time for us to maybe take a few questions here, because the second part would be some tips on what we can do to improve the journal. So any questions? Oh, the gentleman at the back, you very fast. Very fast.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the number of articles, yeah, in every issue. Actually, last year or probably 3 years from now, yeah, in Surabaya, the team of Web of Science explained that the minimal number of articles in every issue can be 5 articles, yeah. But from my friend, yeah, my colleague said that he submitted the journal to the Web of Science, and there is a comment that the number of articles is not enough. Yeah, actually the number is 9 articles in every issue. Is there requirement for the minimal number of articles in one issue? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for being very alert. I know after lunch is not easy. All right, so the short answer is that there is no minimum for every issue. What we do is we look at an annual basis. So if you have 2 issues a year and 4 issues a year, we kind of add them all up. And on an annual basis, if yours is in the hard sciences, natural sciences, we expect about 20 at least about 20. If yours is in the humanities or social science, the number tend to be a bit less. Please don't take this as a hard and fast rule. It's not say that more than 20 means pass, less than 20 means fail. It is contextual, right? Because every journal is different. But the idea, and just think of this, the idea is that we want to see that your journal is able to attract and publish enough manuscripts. That's kind of like the idea, okay? It's not that you have to force yourself to have 20, because the idea here is that if yours is a chemistry journal and you have less than 20, then we have a lot of concerns, because chemistry is a very big subject, right? If you cannot even publish 20, then we will be wondering, is your journal really able to publish as expected? So we have questions like this, okay? So don't think of it as a hard number. Think of it as we want to see your journal being capable of attracting and publishing enough manuscripts to reflect the nature of your subject. That's kind of like the idea, okay? But 20 is a good number for you to kind of work towards. Yeah, that's as far as I can mention. So no, for each issue, we look for the annual published output. So plus minus 20 would be good rule of thumb, but it's not like a requirement or a rule. All right, I hope that gives you some idea. All right, maybe for those that are online, I can take some questions that are online. So we have Mr. C, how long does the editorial evaluation take? Submitted some journals since April 2022, and the recent status is still under evaluation. Thank you in advance. Okay, you're welcome. Right, as I mentioned, right, the first half of the year is for new evaluation. So if you submitted in April, that is very late in the first half. So you probably, by my guess, probably missed this year. So do look out for it in the first half of next year. All right, because that's kind of like the schedule, right? The first half usually is more new evaluation, second half more re-evaluation. Okay, how about Arabic Citation Index? I think it's new. Would it be indexing to accept Arab script references without transliteration? Okay, this is a good question. Thank you. So this is because we as in the Web of Science, we don't own the Arabic Citation Index, yeah? So it is owned by the Egyptian government. They have a group called Egyptian Knowledge Bank, EKB, and they own the Arabic Citation Index. They have some criteria, which I am not too familiar. So do find out online. You can look at Arabic Citation Index, look for the Egyptian Knowledge Bank, and they will probably give you more information on how to get selected. Okay, so again, right, one day if there is an Indonesian Citation Index, it's the same thing. If Dikti is the one that built it, then Dikti would be able to give the criteria to be indexed. Okay, same thing. So the Web of Science, with Clarivate, we are a partner in hosting the Arabic Citation Index. We don't own it and we don't set the editorial criteria for it. Okay, so now I have taken 2 online. Is there anybody in the room that has a question? Or is there anybody that have the same question as our online participants? Okay, while we are waiting for the people in the room, there are some questions here. One of it is about the title in English. Yeah, the title has to be in English. Okay, you can translate, so you can have one Bahasa, one English, like the example that I shown, right? One Korean and one English. So I think that's fine. Then we have one question about your hope for Indonesia to have its own hosted collection. Do you think it's possible for SINTA to ascend to this level? The answer is yes. In short, right, I think there is a lot of work still needs to be done because there are technical requirements. For example, the references needs to be readable, machine readable, for example, and things like that. So in short, yes, actually Indonesia can build your own citation index to make it compatible with hosting on the Web of Science. We have done that with the Korean government, Chinese government, Russian government, and the Brazilian government, and more recently, the Egyptian government, right? So we are happy to have that discussion with representatives from SINTA or from TICTI if this is a long-term thing that you want to work towards. It's not something that will appear tomorrow or something like that, right? I think the Arabic Citation Index probably took them 3 to 4 years to build. So it is a long-term project, and given that Indonesia has thousands of journals, maybe the work will be a lot more. But in short, yes, it's definitely possible if this is something that Indonesia want to move towards. It can be built. Then we can start to have that discussion on what are the technical requirements, etc., etc. All right. Okay. Anybody in the room? Go back to the room now. Okay. If not, oh, suddenly so many. Okay. Where's the person with the mic running around? Or do I need to run myself so that I can keep myself awake? Okay. There are some people who raise up their, oh, this gentleman in front.
Thank you very much, Mr. C, for your information and your presentation.
You're
I'm
welcome.
Indra. I'm from Universitas Mangkuning, Pekanbaru, Riau. I have a question about, actually it's not about the registration or submit the question, submit the for indexing, but I want to ask about the in Publons, maybe 2 months or 3 months ago, we can see or we can look for the reviewer. We just check the authors and we check they have like sign, they review for many articles, and then for today it's quite difficult for us to get the reviewer from another country and also in Indonesia, because not all reviewer can do it. So do you have a suggestion in the new system for Publons in the Web of Science?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that question, and thanks for bringing this up about publons.com. So Publons used to be a separate website, as you know, right? So what happens now is that because you cannot find anymore, because Publons is gone, and is intended, because now Publons is integrated with the Web of Science, and we have sort of sunset the whole Publons branding. So everything is still there, but it's just on the Web of Science. And probably in my second part, I will share with you more details on how you can get the right reviewers, as well as to encourage them to accept your invitation, because these are the two main problems that many journal editors have told us that is really difficult. And I'm glad that you have used publons.com in the past. You can use the Web of Science for this purpose that you talk about, and there is also another solution called the Reviewer Locator, which I will share more details on later. Welcome. Okay, we probably have one more question, maybe. Prof. Komang, what do you think? One more question before we go on? Or okay, right. That lady with the white, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Ristina Sundari from Jurnal Hexagro from University of Perjuangan Tasikmalaya, West Java. My question is about indexing and impact of journal. How does it mean if the result is different between, example, high impact factor but low indexing, or inverse, low impact factor and high indexing toward our journal? Thank you.
I am not, okay, first, thank you for the question. I must say I don't fully understand the nature of the question. High impact and low indexing and reverse. Okay, let me try to answer, because I'm not too sure if this is the right answer. Impact is secondary. Okay, so we need to meet the 24 criteria first and foremost. Okay, if you have very, very high impact, but the quality criteria is not met, then it will not even be indexed in the first place. And we have seen many journals that are like that. They come to us and say, look, we have so many citations, citation this, citation that, impact, very good. But we look at even the basic criteria of the basic of the quality criteria, they don't even meet it. So I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, but what I interpret would be, what you're asking is whether impact is more important or quality is more important. Quality is more important, right? If you don't even meet the quality, if you don't meet the quality, we don't even look at the impact. Okay, the impact actually comes after. All right, I hope that answers. The gentleman to your right, I think he put his hand as well, right? So since the mic is there, maybe you can pass it to him. He has a question. The gentleman. Yeah, the gentleman in blue. Yeah, he has a question, right? And anyway, you're just bersama-sama at side, beside, so I can.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I'm Ade from West Sumatra. Yeah, my question is slightly out of the topic, maybe. Yeah, my institution did international conference with Atlantis Press as publisher for proceeding. Yeah, in the MOU or agreement, the article are indexed by Web of Science, but it did not happen. Can you clarify why this happened to us? Please, thank you.
Okay. Let me try to understand this. Thanks for asking. You are saying that you publish proceedings.
Yeah.
It is supposed to be indexed in the Web of Science, and then somehow it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay, hold that thought, okay, because I don't know the conference, so I cannot comment. Connect with me after that, give me the conference, and then we can take a look after this. Thanks for bringing this up. So sorry, I don't have a better answer because I don't know the conference, but it sounds odd. We can discuss more later on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we probably have 40 minutes more. Yeah, I will start some of these things, and if there are more questions, we will discuss this. So the second part here that we'll talk about will be, okay, great. Now I know all the standards, but how? Is there some ways for us to meet the standard, right? So it's like Olympic, right? Imagine you competing in the Olympic, you do a 100-meter sprint or something like that. Then I told you, oh, 9 seconds, you just run for 9 seconds, you will get the goal. Okay, buy it, good. But how? How can I run so fast? So it's the same idea here. Today, I give you what standards we look for, then that's useful. On top of that, what are some of the possible things you can do to improve your chances? Okay, so that's what the second part is about. Okay, so this is what we kind of look at, some of these things, right? What are the contributing factors, common attributes for journals that are successful? So we learn from the most successful journals and see what do they do, and hopefully you can replicate or learn from these journals. So that's the idea here. Okay, so it's very important. This is a very important cycle. Okay, the slides that's being shown is what I call the virtuous cycle. Okay, so why do the top journals always remain as the top journals? Because they are in this virtuous cycle. It really reinforces itself. Okay, so how it works is that you must first publish content that people want to read. Okay, so once you get a readership, people read it, they like your journal, they may submit to your journals, they may want to know more about your journals, and this increase what we call the network size. Meaning to say your journal now attracts more people, more reviewers, more authors, more, everything more. And then what happens is that there is a greater possibility for these people to submit good quality content, and then this kind of repeats itself. Okay, so I must also say that the other way around can work, and the other way around is very bad. It's what we call a vicious cycle, right? You got no content, nobody reads it, then you're very hard to find new content, and then worse and worse, it gets worse. So what you want is this virtuous cycle. And it's not easy, right? I'm not saying that is easy, but the idea is that once you reach that stage, it will reinforce itself, okay? So the network size actually refers to the amount of people that interact with your journals. They can serve as editors, they serve as reviewers, they're willing to give you their manuscripts, and they're happy to read your journals, okay? So that's kind of what it is. Okay, so what can Clarivate do, or what can Clarivate propose to help you with your journal? So we do this in 3 major steps, right? First is to access. So you need to know where you are before you know where to improve. So if you run 100 meter, now you run 12 seconds, but the standard is 9 seconds, that means you know you have to cut by 3 seconds, right? So you know where you are. If you don't even know where you are, then you can't identify the gap and you cannot have the right plan. So we recommend this. At first, you will need to know where your journal stands compared to other journals, where are the possible gaps, and then finally, what is a plan to improve this aspect? Okay, so the first thing that I want to talk about would be timeliness, because there are all criteria here, right? So one of it is timeliness. This is one of the quality criteria, as I mentioned, right? And you have to meet all quality criteria. So the journal must publish on time. And there is a lot of problems to it, okay? It's not so easy to just publish on time because you need to submit, authors need to submit, you need to check, peer review, publish the issue, put it online, etc. So a lot of things can go wrong, okay, in between this cycle. So the question here is your system reliable, okay? Reliability is very important, all right? So we have heard of horror stories, really horror stories. We have people telling me, Dr. C, my OJS one went rosak, 1 month down. All the manuscript gone, you know. People submitted and I say, hey, how come the manuscript over 1 month all gone, no? So it's very bad, right? Because then you can't process this manuscript, authors get frustrated, etc. So this is true, somebody really told me this, and it really happens. And some authors also tell me, say, hey, when I go to a journal, I expect to click and submit, okay? I don't want to go through so many hoops and loops and all this. If I click on the submit, then the website goes down, then I'm not going to come back, okay? Because it shows that the quality of the journal not very reliable, okay? Then they will never come back. So that's the idea. It's not just your journal, it's not just that you are frustrated about your journal, it's also the impression that you give to your authors. If your authors have a very bad experience, they will not come back anymore, okay? Because nowadays, so many journals, right? There are so many choices. So you have to give them a very good experience. And our recommendation or one of the suggestions would be to consider ScholarOne manuscripts, because this is actually the most popular system used most popular paid system, okay? I mean, OJS is probably the most used because you can install yourself. The most used paid system is ScholarOne manuscripts. We have more than 9,000 journals globally using it. Big publishers, small publishers. If you are an author, and again, I was a chemist, right? So I submit to ACS journals. If you are familiar with the American Chemical Society, they use this, okay? If you submitted to their journal before, you know the experience is very good. You know exactly what to do at every single step, all right? A few other big publishers also use it globally, small ones also. So talk to me if you want to learn more. So the idea here would be that there's some of these features, right? You can customize the fields for people to submit. You can check the manuscript for plagiarism, etc. There is a peer review management, which I will talk about in a moment, how we support peer review. We will be able to export all of the metadata to your production system, reports, email templates. All of these are some of the key features and some of this automation that enables you to do this very efficiently. So this is kind of how it works. You submit, then somebody will check. The editor-in-chief will assign somebody to look at the manuscript. Then you go to peer review. Then the peer review submitted, and you can just go to the final decision step by step. Every task has a schedule, and every task has an email. So every time something happens in the system, all of the stakeholders will be informed via email. Okay, so that's kind of how this works in a nutshell. So you launch the project. So once you actually want to implement the Scholar One site, you will work with us for the configuration requirements. We will implement the site and maintain the site for you. So I was told, okay, I think many of you use OJS. You probably know this better than me. I was told that upgrading OJS is very dangerous because a lot of things can go wrong. I'm not sure how true is that, right? Because I don't use OJS, but that's what I heard, that is really something that you need to consider very carefully when you upgrade. You make sure that everything goes well. If not, the whole thing can break down very fast. So with something like Scholar One, you don't need to worry about any of this. All these will be done by us, and you'll always upgrade to the highest, to the newest version of it. Okay, so that's a quick one. All right, so that's just manuscript system, one of the ways to make your journal more reliable. Now, the second one would be peer review, because the gentleman in front actually talked about peer review. How do you find the reviewers? Okay, and whether or not your reviewers are firstly competent in the subject that you want them to review, and secondly, are they willing? It's two different questions, right? Whether they are capable. If they are capable, good. But are they willing, right? There are many capable reviewers around, but they are very busy. They don't reply to you. They don't accept. They delete your invitation, whatever, right? So these are two things. Find the right competent reviewer and encourage them to accept. Okay? So these are the two main issues, really, challenges. So how do we do that? We have, it used to be called Publon's Reviewer Connect. We have rebranded it now to be called the Web of Science Reviewer Locator. So how it works is like this, right? Web of Science Reviewer Locator. It comes together with Scholar One together, right? But if you are using OJS, that's fine. We can actually have API integration with the OJS for a fee. And what this does is that when the author submits, they're going to give you title, abstract, affiliation, all sorts, right? We use that data via text mining. We will then find the most suitable 30 reviewers globally that is unique to that manuscript. Okay, so every manuscript based on the text, we will recommend you the best reviewers. So it saves a lot of time because you don't need to look through Google or anything like that, find one by one. It will be based on the nature of your manuscripts. And conflict of interest, I will show you later, right? Because the affiliation data is important. You don't want to invite somebody to review a manuscript that is potentially a friend of the author, right? So conflicts like this is very important, and we flag this out. I will show you. And how do we increase the accepted invitations? One of the way is that we use up-to-date information, okay? The email will be most up-to-date. That's one way. I will show you another way later. And you diversify your author pool, your reviewer pool. So this is actually a good way to expose your journals, not just to new reviewers, okay? If the reviewers find that your journal is professional, is competent, they may one day be your authors, right? So think of it as part of a network. Like I mentioned, the network size actually refers to authors, reviewers, editors, everything. So once you expose your journal to more reviewers, they know about your journal. If they like it, maybe one day they become your author, right? So that diversify your reviewer pool. and it also increases your network size. Okay, so this is how it works. Like I mentioned just now very briefly, it uses text mining technology. So once you submit your papers in OJS, for example, you have title, abstract, author name, author affiliation, etc. All this is done automatically, okay? You don't need to do anything. It will be automatically generated. It will give you up to, I said 30 right just now, but seems to be up to 100 reviewers, so even more, so that's good. Okay, so this is in a nutshell what goes into our technology. We have the Web of Science, as you know, and high quality author data in the Web of Science. Okay, so whatever that we give you, the reviewers, they are authors with a record in the Web of Science. So that means these are high quality authors, right? And we also have the exclusive reviewer network that comes from publications.com. Nobody else has it, okay? Yeah, so we'll just go on. Yeah, okay, so this is an example of the results, okay? So let's say you run through this Web of Science reviewer locator, and this is one of the recommended reviewers you can see. So this is the name, where she's from. So she's from some institutions in Australia. What are her relevant publications? And look at this. There is a conflict of interest, right? There's a red flag, red flag. So it shows you that this person, the expertise is the right expertise, but may not be the right person because there's a conflict. So what's the conflict? The potential conflict of interest by co-affiliation, meaning same university as one of the authors, okay? And no people kawan, they know each other, right? So may not be a good idea to invite this researcher because of a potential conflict, okay? So things like this, and it's done automatically, right? It's based on the author information in your submission system. Is also based on the affiliation information during the submission. Okay, so this one actually give you quite a good list and also help you to avoid potential conflicts. Okay, right, so this is how it looks like. All this is actually the title, the abstract, etc. And this will be the recommendations that comes out from it. And this is what I showed just now, right? But in this case, there is no conflict, so that's good. It shows you relevant publications, the person's keywords, where they review, what is their peer review experience. Okay, as I mentioned, this one was from publications.com. Nobody else has this information, okay? Nobody else. This is actually a unique source of peer review data that only Clarivate has. So it shows you not just the publication, but also where they review. I think I showed this before, so I can probably proceed further. Oh, okay, so this is a testimonial from one of our customers in Malaysia, in Terengganu. So he says, oh, this one very good. Improved my efficiency by 3 times. Used to take 15 minutes, actually quite fast already. This guy actually quite fast to find a reviewer in 15 minutes, but now he only used 5 minutes. And they can easily identify potential predatory authors, and it make my work easier. Okay, so people are very happy with this. As I mentioned, it comes together with ScholarOne, but it's also available independently. You can use it in your OJS integration for fee. Okay, so that's the first part. Find the right reviewer, okay? The reviewer is competent, the experience is good, good publication, everything good. But they still decline. How? Because they're very busy. They don't want to accept, right? So the first part is find the right one. Second part, how to encourage them to accept. That's the second part, very quite difficult as well. Okay, so trust me, it's not you, okay? It's very usual. Everybody tell us the same thing. They say that peer reviewers, they don't reply, they don't respond, and it's a global phenomenon, okay? It's not just you. It's not because yours is a small journal. It's not because yours is from Indonesia. No, none of that, okay? Globally, some are all like that. And because peer review is increasing, the demand for peer review is actually going higher because everybody is publishing more, okay? One paper need 2 reviewers. You think of that, right? One paper need at least 2 reviewers, right? So you got more and more papers, then obviously you need more and more reviewers now, huh? So the demand is getting higher. Okay, so this is how it works, right? So there is a, it used to be publons.com, but now, as I mentioned, it has been integrated with the Web of Science. So this is how it used to work, right? How do reviewers get recognition for their reviewing work? And that's what they want, right? So they want to be recognized for their reviewing work. And this is actually how it works, right? You are the journal, you are the publisher, you invite the reviewer, hopefully he or she accepts, then he or she submit the review, and then that's it, right? You don't do anything to them anymore. Your relationship with this reviewer ends. And that's bad, and I will show you why that's bad, right? Because after that, the reviewer needs to go to the Web of Science, he or she needs to go and add their own peer review, and finally they get recognized. Oh, a lot of work. You ask them to review for you, they still have to go and update their own profile. Not very good. A lot of work. So this is what happens if you partner with us via our recognition program. So the Web of Science reviewer recognition, we call it. So what this means now is that if you invited somebody to review for your journal, they can then submit and automatically add the review to the Web of Science author profile. All right. So it's done automatically, and it will be reflected. Okay. So you cannot see here. I will show you a bigger one later. That the author actually has the peer review records. All right. And this actually enables you to maintain the relationship with your reviewers all the way, okay? And remember, why is this important? Is because if the reviewer is happy with you, they may become your author, they may become your editor, etc., right? So keeping reviewers happy is very important because it increases your network size. And this is how it looks like, right? So this is actually an author profile. So this is an Indonesian author. She's actually the first and the only highly cited researcher so far from Indonesia. So this is her researcher profile. You can see that under her profile, there are documents, which is her publications. And then there is also a list of her peer reviewing work. So she reviews for all this, so many reviews, work very hard. And you can see she started reviewing in 2016, and then you have, 1 month, they do 1 or 2. Wow, quite popular reviewers. Okay, so the idea is this, right? The idea would be that because your journal recognizes the reviewing work and it will be automatically updated on their author profile, people are more willing to review for you, okay? And we know this because we survey the reviewers. We ask them, what do you want from your review? Do you want money? Do you want promotion? Do you want whatever, right? And we give them a list of options. And they actually say, most of them, they actually say, I want my expertise to be recognized, right? So that's a good thing, right? That means you don't have to pay them, no nothing, really just recognition would do. And this one really works. All right, so this is how you encourage reviewers to review for you. And you also have additional analytics. So this is actually what if you partner with us for this reviewer recognition program, you will have a dashboard like this that shows you how many people reviews, are they happy, what is the uptake rate for this for your journals, etc. And you can see where your reviewers are from, are they happy with what your journal is doing. So all these are the insights on the demographics of your reviewers. Reviewer, this is how happy they are. We score them, right? So this one, wow, very happy, a lot of 10, right? So if they're happy with you, then they are more likely to review for you. They are more happy to submit their journals to you, right? So these are some screenshots. All right. Let me see. Probably have a 5-10 minutes more. Just skip through some of this. Okay, so this is actually looking at how your journals are being cited. Okay, who are citing your journals? And you have a lot of data here. You use the Web of Science to do this. You can tell which journals are citing you, where are they from, etc. So it allows you to analyze where your journal is. So in this case, this is actually a journal from medicine. And you can see that the median impact factor is about 4. So what this means is this, right? If yours is a medical journal, your impact factor has to be about 4, just to be average, okay? I mean, it's median in this case, but you have to be impact factor of 4 at least, right? To be in the median. So you know where you are, right? So if your impact factor is only 2, then you will be like, oh, maybe not so good, need to improve, okay? So this is to let you know, you can find out all these things from our journal selection reports. And one of the questions earlier today that was asked as well, it's editorial board, how many countries, etc., right? That is actually, I know is an important question for you, but let me ask this back to you, right, which is even more important. How do you know your editorial board members are working for you? I mean, you just put them on the list, they're happy to join. How do you know they are working for you, okay? We know, you can actually do this analysis. So this is an example, right? The editorial board members are from various countries. They are from Iran, Malaysia, Turkey, etc. And then you will see that you have so many countries, right, on your editorial board. Well, a lot, very good. Then you look at the papers that they publish. Actually, Iran not so bad. That means the Iranian editorial board member, not bad, contribute some papers. But you look at the rest, like the rest of the rest of the editorial board members in the US, Korea, and Netherlands, probably asleep somewhere, right? Because no manuscript come from their country. So that means this editorial board member just sit there. They don't promote your journal to their country. So this is actually a bad example, okay? It shows you that just because you have representation from various countries, it doesn't mean that it adds value to your journal. In this case, it's very clear. Maybe the Iranian guy works somewhat, but the rest don't really work to promote the journal. Okay, so that's not good. Okay, and finally, okay, just maybe 5 more minutes before we take some questions. One of the questions that was also mentioned earlier today is how do we attract international authors? Very difficult, right? So one way is to make sure that your editorial board members work hard for you, right? You can do that. And the other way is to use our promotion service. We have a service that actually promote your journals to a group of global researchers. So these are some examples of our promotion campaigns. These are done by email, some examples here. So we are trying to attract authors to your journal. That's kind of like the purpose of this marketing campaign. And there are a lot of users for this. If yours is a new journal, you want to call for papers, you want to call for editors. If yours is journal for a long time established already, you want to promote high impact papers, you want to promote your first impact factor, which will happen next year for all of the Indonesian journals, etc., right? So you can do a lot. And this is how it works, right? You have the promotional emails, call for papers, etc., promote journal profile, etc. So we can run the campaign for you, 10,000 emails 8 times a year, or whatever, right? 5,000 4 times a year, up to you, right? We can do that. And we will show you how many times your email has been opened, how often they are open, where are they opened, which country the researchers actually open the emails. And we will show you where the impact of this campaign is. So this is actually an Indonesian journal. Okay, this is a real one. We actually did this last year or 2 years ago. So this is actually a journal that wanted to do call for papers. Okay, they did 5,000 emails. They do it with us. So they target authors from Q2 and Q3 journals globally from this category. and some of these subjects that they chose as well. And you can choose the countries, okay? You want to choose all these countries. This is the example of the campaign. This is a real campaign, so you can see this journal, what this journal is, submit to us, etc. This is another example, which I will not go through in the interest of time. All right, finally, does this work? Okay, you read Indonesia better than me now, so I will not attempt to read this. But the idea is this, is that once they did the campaigns, in fact, Pak Adi, he managed to get more readership and also more manuscripts. Previously, don't have from India, Thailand, and Turkey, managed to get manuscripts from these 3 countries. Okay, so very effective. Let me know if you want to learn more. All right, okay. I think we should be done. Okay, so the idea is this, right? Let me go up. So the idea is this, right? We have gone through the criteria and also some of the ways that we can potentially, some of the free ways and the paid ways that your journal can potentially engage with us to meet the Web of Science standards. All right, Prof. Komang.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dew Sengsi. Please give big applause to Dr. Dew Sengsi. I think you make my job much easier because you directly already communicate with the audience. So you answer the question directly. But the committee whispering me that I need to summarize your presentation. That's another big job for me. Okay, thank you very much. Very comprehensive presentation from Dr. Dew Sengsi. But is there any more question or last question? One more, please, the lady at the back. And I also have one question for you from Pak Yoga. What criteria do you use for indexing a book?
Okay, thank you, Pak Yoga, for the question, and thank you, Prof. Komang, for bringing this up. We have a set of criteria. I cannot tell you now because I probably need another 30 minutes. Yeah, but it's something like what I have shared for journals. There is a list of 20 over criteria. Same thing. There is an initial triage, editorial triage, etc. So the structure is the same. Each of these stages has its purpose. So for books, sama ya. So at each stage, we will ask for various things. What happens when you pass? What happens when you fail? I can probably pass you and pass Pak Yoga some flyers, right? And if books is of interest, then we can probably talk about this in future sessions.
Okay, thank you. Please, Madam, at the back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. C, for your nice explanation. I am Suparmi from Sains Medica, Jurnal Kedokteran dan Kesehatan. I would like to ask about how does the selection procedure you explain works? For instance, my journal is in the field of medicine, and do you have reviewers in the field of medicine, or just only about the data miner or data mining using maybe for IT? And the important question for me is, how much money do we need to spend to be your partner for global impact promotion service? I guess it's very expensive, right? So I hope maybe all of us as this participant can get discount from your company. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So, the reviewers selection is actually based on the text of the manuscript. So, yours is a medical journal, but every paper is different, right? So, even in medicine, there are different fields within medicine. So we cannot just say that, okay, if it's a medical manuscript, let's find a medical researcher. It doesn't quite work that way, right? So it is very specific. It uses keywords from your title, from your abstract, to give you a list of uniquely qualified reviewers based on those criteria. And of course, if there's any conflicts, we will flag it out. All right, that's the easy question. Now for the second question, the cost. Right, the cost actually depends on how many journals want to sign up. it actually scales down quite rapidly if you have a number of journals in your institution that want to sign up. Because we are YouTube live, right? So it's very sensitive for me to say this and it's recorded and things like that, right? So I will not review any number, but it's not as expensive as you think. I will put it that way. You probably have a very you have an impression that it costs a hand and a leg, right? Not quite. We actually have customers in Indonesia that is on the service right now. A few journals from 11 Maret is on it. In fact, I got inquiry from UNS just last night, a number of journals that they want to try this. We can talk about this. The cost will be based on a number of journals. And in fact, we are also happy to work with Dikti if this is something that they will want to also support selected journals. And this is not abnormal for governments to support their aspiring journals. So that's also another avenue that is worth exploring.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because the time is up, so we need to finish this session. But let me make a summarize for this presentation. But let me summarize in Bahasa Indonesia to make it faster. Oke, pertama tadi sudah disampaikan bahwa tahun depan jurnal yang sudah terindeks di ESCI itu akan mendapatkan impact factor. Jadi sudah ada 71 jurnal ya yang sudah terdaftar di Web of Science Core Collection itu akan mendapatkan impact factor. Nah, cuman saya belum tahu nih nanti di Dikti bagaimana, karena selama ini kan ESCI dinilai 20 ya, karena belum mendapatkan impact factor. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian tadi ada 28 kriteria. Nah, kalau Bapak Ibu mau memasukkan jurnalnya ke Web of Science itu ada 28 kriteria penilaian, ada 24 kriteria quality kriteria dan 4 impact kriteria. Ya, itu yang harus terpenuhi semuanya. Nah, kemudian itu melalui 3 proses tadi 4 tahapan ya, ada kriteria initial triage tadi ya, kemudian editorial triage, kemudian editorial evaluation for quality dan impact criteria. Jadi 4 tahap itu harus dipenuhi, tapi minimal yang 24 kriteria tadi harus dipenuhi dulu. Itu sebagai syarat dasar masuk ke Web of Science, ESCI kalau sebelumnya ya. Nah, kemudian di dalam tadi di yang kedua ya, di poin kedua yang disampaikan oleh Pak Diu Sing Seng. Nah, ini beliau menawarkan bagaimana Web of Science bisa membantu kualitas jurnal kita ya, melalui tadi Scholar One dan lain sebagainya ya, di mana dari jurnal-jurnal yang sudah sukses. Nah, ini dilihat ada 2 aspek yang dilihat. Yang pertama adalah kualitas dari terbitannya ya, dari naskah, manajemennya, kemudian dari bagaimana meningkatkan networknya, baik dari jumlah editor, reviewer, penulis ya. Nah, ini yang perlu ditingkatkan. Nah, tadi disarankan ada beberapa tawaran dari beliau ya, bagaimana dalam hal menyusun roadmap publikasi ini. Kita ada assess tadi ya, ada identify dan implement. Nah, ini bisa dibantu dari Web of Science ya, dari tadi bagaimana output level ya di kualitas terbitan kita, kemudian ketepatan waktu terbitan ya, kemudian standar review. Nah, itu bisa dibantu tadi, kemudian dari jurnal manajemen dan reliable, kepercayaan kita terhadap manajemen jurnal yang kita sudah miliki sekarang. Nah, kemudian tadi Scholar One ini juga akan membantu melalui proses mulai dari submission ya, kemudian penugasan tadi ya ke reviewer sampai ke recommendation. Nah, ini akan mempercepat Bapak Ibu tadi dalam mengidentifikasi reviewer, kemudian mengidentifikasi kemungkinan adanya konflik of interest dari reviewer, kemudian juga meningkatkan atau menambah jumlah dari reviewer, dan juga kita bisa melihat bagaimana journal citation report kita, track record dari publikasi kita. dari sitasi ya, dan juga siapa saja yang melakukan sitasi terhadap jurnal kita. Jadi saya kira itu beberapa poin yang bisa saya catat tadi ya, mudah-mudahan dari 200 peserta hari ini bisa secepatnya mendaftar ke Web of Science ya. Kalau memang benar tahun depan kita mempunyai ESCI ini mempunyai impact factor, ya mudah-mudahan nanti nilainya bisa 40 sama dengan yang Scopus ya. Kalau sekarang kan nilainya baru 20 ya. Saya kira itu. Thank you very much for your presentation and thank you for all audience for active participation, and please give a big applause once again to Dr. Diu Sengsi. Thank you very much.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih untuk Mr. C dan Prof. Komang. Disilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sebelum kita melanjutkan kepada sesi yang terakhir, yaitu sesi ketiga, saya sampaikan bahwa coffee break atau kudapan sore akan dibawakan ke meja Bapak Ibu masing-masing. Namun apabila Bapak Ibu ingin minum teh atau kopi, Bapak Ibu bisa mengambil di belakang secara bergantian untuk dibawa ke dalam. Sesi 3 akan segera kita mulai. Sesi 3 dengan materi yaitu DOAJ Selection Criteria and Evaluation Process dengan narasumber Miss Lina Syah dari DOAJ dan Profesor Kuswanto dari Universitas Brawijaya. Namun kita akan menunggu sejenak untuk Miss Lina Syah untuk bergabung atau join di Zoom karena beliau akan menyampaikan secara daring. Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, acara kita lanjutkan dengan materi ketiga. DOAJ Selection Criteria and Evaluation Process dengan narasumber Miss Lina Shah dari DOAJ dan Profesor Kuswanto dari Universitas Brawijaya. Untuk itu kepada Profesor Kuswanto, kami persilakan untuk mengambil tempat. Hello, Miss Lina.
Hello, hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, is it clearly?
Yes, it is clear.
Yeah, okay.
Maaf Prof,
Tes. Ya, oke kita cek sound sekali lagi. Hello Miss Lina.
Hi there.
Okay, so you can hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you
Good?
clearly. Yeah, it's good.
Yes? Okay. Ya, silakan Prof.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, selamat sore Bapak Ibu. Dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Karena Miss Lina menyampaikan secara Zoom, saya kenalkan dulu Bapak Ibu. Saya mendapatkan datanya beliau. Miss Lina. Jadi nama lengkapnya adalah Lina Shah. Beliau adalah managing editor dari DOAJ. Bergabung dengan DOAJ pertama tahun 2016 sebagai ambasador dari India sebelum beliau bergabung menjadi managing editor. Nah, ini saat ini dia bekerja sebagai Science Librarian in Nanyang Technological University Singapore. Dia juga sangat tertarik di bidang bidangnya komunikasi. Dan yang terakhir, beliau mengatakan sangat senang dengan traveling di tempat-tempat yang baru. Itu hobinya beliau di sana. Baik, Bapak Ibu, nanti Mrs. Lina Shah itu akan mempresentasikan tentang DOAJ, kriteria DOAJ, bagaimana caranya supaya melanjutkan DOAJ dan apa yang kita lakukan apabila kita jurnal-jurnal Bapak Ibu tidak masuk DOAJ. Baik, saya turun saja di bawah supaya bisa komunikasi dengan beliau. Okay, hello, Mrs. Lina.
Yeah, hi.
Okay, we have about 90 minutes to
Sure.
session, total 90 minutes. Please present your presentation and
Mhm.
about an hour after this we discuss. Please.
Okay. Okay. Should I start now? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology for inviting DOAJ to this event. I am replacing Joanna Ball, who is unfortunately unavailable to do the presentation today. I'm based in Singapore and I'm a managing editor with DOAJ since 2016, and I oversee the assessment of journals from Indonesia, India, and the neighboring regions for inclusion in DOAJ. I also manage a local team of volunteer editors for editorial work, and I engage with them to develop an understanding of regional publishing practices. Next slide, please. So my presentation today will include an introduction to the directory of open access journals, a brief information about why you should index your journal in DOAJ, followed by the basic criteria for inclusion and the application and the review process. Next slide. So I will start with the introduction to DOAJ. Next slide, please. So DOAJ is an independent, not-for-profit service supported by donation. The donations are from libraries, library consortia, research academies, and publishers. Our mission is to raise the profile, visibility, and impact of all quality open access journals. And we are trusted across the scholarly community, and our standards are the unofficial gold standard for open access journal publishing. We also are a unique and diverse index of open access journals. We index all journals across all disciplines and across all languages, and not just English. Our services are completely free. And in addition to services, the metadata is also provided completely free for anyone who wishes to download and reuse it. Next slide. We were founded about 20 years ago in Sweden. Today, we are a global team of 20 staff. And as of last year, we handled about 10,000 applications, which is close to about 700 or 800 applications every month. We would not have been able to achieve this without our support from our volunteer editors. We have about 100 volunteer editors working with us today. They have various subject and language skills. We also extend our reach through our network of ambassadors who promote open access and best practices in their regions. We have 25 ambassadors working with us now. Next slide. To give you an idea of our worldwide coverage, we have about 18,400 journals indexed in DOAJ with 8 million article records. And we have, these journals are from 130 different countries and 80 languages. Next slide. I think there is a slight echo. If someone can try to get rid of that. What you see on the screen is a geographic spread of journals in DOAJ. And the largest concentrations of journals are from the UK, the US, Indonesia, and Brazil. Next slide. Why should you index your journal in DOAJ? What are the benefits of doing so? Next slide, please. DOAJ is recognized as one of the key indexing services for open access journals. It is the most important community-driven open access service in the world and has a reputation for advocating best practices and standards in open access. By indexing your journal in DOAJ, its reputation and prominence will increase and attract more authors and readers from across the world. Open access publication funders often require that authors who want funding must publish in journals that are included in DOAJ. Indexing in DOAJ makes your journals compliant with many initiatives and programs around the world. For example, PLANES in Europe. DOAJ metadata is free for anyone to collect and use, which means that it is easily incorporated into search engines and library discovery services. It can also be then propagated across the internet. For journals that provide us with the article metadata, this means that it will be supplied to all major aggregators, research organizations, university library portals, and so on. Indexing your journal in DOAJ is likely to increase your traffic to your website and give greater exposure to your published content. So those are the basic benefits of indexing your journal in DOAJ. Next slide. I shall continue my presentation with the basic criteria required for journals for inclusion. Yeah, next slide. So the first thing is the openness of all online journal content must be free and open access. So what do we mean by this is that the access should be immediate. There should be no delay and no embargo applied to the published content. Users should not have any requirement to register themselves in order to read the articles. These are the two requirements in addition to the access being open and available. A paid for print version is allowed. It is okay to charge for print versions. And journals must display an open access statement that meets DOAJ's definition of open access. And what that is, we shall see in the next slide. Next slide. DOAJ accepts only fully open access journals, and open access is the condition where the copyright holder of a scholarly work grants usage rights to others using an open license, for example, the Creative Commons or an equivalent, and it allows users to reuse the work within the terms of the license or for any other lawful purpose. Yeah, next slide. The basic criteria before application. So before you submit an application to be included in DOAJ, it is important that these criteria are fulfilled. Every journal must have a single registered and confirmed ISSN with the ISSN portal. This ISSN must be displayed on the website, and the journal title that is in the ISSN portal should be the same as the one that you've put in the application form and on the website. Apart from that, journals should be actively publishing the scholarly research. There should be a minimum of at least 5 scholarly articles published every year. For new journals that have launched recently, they must show a publishing history of more than 1 year, or they must have published at least 10 articles. Yeah, next slide. In addition to that, hybrid journals are not accepted into DOAJ. Hybrid journals are those where some of the articles are open and some of them are closed. These journals are not accepted into DOAJ. Full text must be available individually for each article, which means that there should be a separate URL for every article, and they should be accessible online. Journal applications are rejected if the content is only available as an issue PDF. So if all the articles are combined and put together as a PDF, as an issue PDF, then this is not acceptable. Endogeny should be minimized. What we mean by endogeny is the members of the editorial board and reviewers authoring or co-authoring articles in the same journal. This should be minimized to the extent that it should not exceed 20% of the research content in the latest 2 issues. So if you have 10 articles published in the last 2 issues, the number of articles should be at the max 2 articles and not exceed more than that. Yeah, next slide. The criteria for journal websites. Every journal must have a dedicated homepage. We accept journals whose website information on the website is in languages apart from English as well. So if the site is available in multiple languages, then the information provided must be the same in all languages. So what this means is you cannot have part of the information in a language and the rest of the website in a different language. So if both the languages need to be present, then all the information should be in both the languages. There should be no misleading metrics or any other non-standard services displayed on the website. And the journal must minimize intrusive advertising. There should be no pop-up advertisements, especially when you click on the HTML article or on the PDF article. There should be no pop-up advertisements. And these kind of intrusive advertising must be avoided. Yeah. Information must be easily available and preferably from the main menu of the website. Information such as the aim and scope of the journal, the open access policy, instructions for authors, publisher contact details. The publisher contact details should include the name and the address. And if the website of the publisher is available, that should be provided as well. Editorial board along with their affiliations for all the members, and author charges. Author charges include all kinds of charges. It could be submission charges, charges during the processing of the article, or charges for translation. Any kind of charges must be clearly mentioned on the journal website. And if there are no charges, this should be mentioned as well on the website, that there are no author charges for the author to publish in this journal. Yeah, next slide. So as the editorial process, every journal must apply a robust and a rigorous review process, and a description of the review process should be available on the journal website. The reviewers must not be linked to the editorial board and publisher. This is to ensure that an independent review is conducted. So if the editorial board members are from the same institution as a publisher or has a link to the publisher, this should be minimized, but we are still accepting journals with that condition. But the review itself should be independent, so reviewers must not be linked to the editorial board or the publisher. And peer review must be done by at least 2 independent reviewers. So it is important that journals mention their entire review process, the kind of review that is conducted, how many reviewers are reviewing each manuscript. All the information should be provided on the journal website. Plagiarism checking is recommended, but is not a required condition for inclusion in DOAJ. If along with your plagiarism policy, it is important that you also state the name of the service or the tool that you are using to check for plagiarism. Just mentioning the plagiarism policy is not enough. It is important to mention the service and the tool used as well. Next slide. So there are 7 common types of peer review. The most common ones are the first 3, the single blind, double blind, and the open peer review. The single blind peer review is where the authors do not know who the reviewers are. In the double blind peer review, both of them don't know who is the reviewer and who's the author. And you also have the open peer review system, where the authors and the peer reviewers are known to each other as well. So there are many different types of peer review. It is important that you mention what kind of peer review is being used for your journal. And yeah, so this is just an example of the types of peer review. Yeah, next slide. Coming to the licensing. The licensing policy must be again mentioned clearly on the journal website and preferably linked to the main menu of your journal. Licensing allows readers to know how they can reuse your content. They also inform readers of any reuse that is not allowed. For example, if the content is not allowed to be reused for commercial purposes, then you apply a non-commercial license. This allows users to know that this particular scholarly work or this content is not allowed to be reused for commercial purposes. So this protects the author and the journal against unauthorized use. DOJ recommends the use of Creative Commons license or an equivalent. We'll see further what are the Creative Commons licenses that you can use. Next slide. So a license is a license allows the copyright holder of the work to let users know about how they can reuse the work. CC BY, the very first one, is one of the most liberal ones. Or anybody wanting to reuse the work only needs to provide attribution to the work. The most restrictive ones is the last one, is the CC BY NC ND, which does not allow reuse for commercial purposes, and users are only allowed to share the work, but they cannot change the work in any way. So that is CC BY NC ND. Yeah, sorry, the next slide. The next one. Yeah, the next one, please. Oh, sorry, this is the copyright. Yeah. So the copyright policy, again, the copyright of a published work can be held. There are only two things that can happen. Either the copyright is retained by the author, or the author transfers the copyright to the publisher. So the best practice that we mention is in open access is that authors continue to retain their copyright once it is accepted for publication. But DOAJ does accept journals where the copyright is transferred, and this policy must be stated on the journal website. We recommend that we provide a link to the author agreement or the copyright transfer agreement. This allows us to verify whether the agreement is in line with the copyright policy of the journal. Yeah. So that is as far as the basic criteria for inclusion in DOAJ. The next part is the application itself. How do you apply to be included, and what is the process of evaluation that we conduct once we receive the application? Yeah. So how do you apply? DOAJ does not actively reach out to journals. Journals have to apply to us in order to be included in DOAJ. Before you apply to us, please read the guide. The link to the information is on the screen. All the criteria that I just mentioned is available on our website. So this guide will give you more information in case you still need to find out more. Apply using the online application form. Again, the link is on the screen. So the application needs to be filled in online. The next slide. And the application form looks something like this. There are 7 steps to the application form. It starts with the open access compliance, and then you fill in the links to all the other information that is on your journal website. For example, the copyright and licensing. You provide the link to your website that provides information about copyright, or the editorial board, or the business model, which is the author charges, and the best practices. So once you've provided all the information on the application form, you review your answers. You can even save it as a draft if you want to come back to it later. And once you're happy with everything, then you submit the application form. Yeah. So best practices, these are recommended, but these are not required for being included in DOAJ. Some of the best practices include the digital preservation, which is trying to preserve your journal content in one of the long-term preservation services. The repository policy, this refers to the self-archiving of the manuscript. Does the journal allow authors to self-archive the journals, the different formats of the manuscript, the author accepted manuscript, the published version, or the preprint version? So this forms your repository policy. Article persistent identifiers, example DOI. Even if the journal does not have a DOI or does not have a persistent identifier, this is okay. I mean, this is not required for inclusion. It is a best practice. ORCID IDs, does the article metadata support ORCID IDs. ORCID IDs are a unique identifier for researchers. And does the journal support the initiative for open citations, I4OC? The link is on my slides. You can always go to the website to read further. But this is about supporting open citations. Does the journal support the references to be open once it is deposited with Crossref? So these are best practices, but again, not required for inclusion in DOAJ. Yeah. So what happens once you have submitted the application form? The first thing that happens is it goes through a triage process. So within 5 working days, we check for all the basic criteria such as ISSN, open access policy, whether the links are all working and things like that. And if there is any criteria that is not satisfied, then there is a quick rejection that happens, and feedback is sent back to the publisher, allowing them to improve, and they can reapply to us after 6 months. If the application passes the triage, then this application is further reviewed by our associate editors and our editors. They review the application further for the other policies such as copyright or licensing, endogeny criteria, or all the other criteria that I just covered in my presentation earlier. And once that is completed, they provide their observations and a recommendation whether the journal should be accepted or rejected. And the final decision is taken by the managing editor, who decides whether to reject or approve the application form or approve it with a seal if all the best practices are followed. If the application is rejected at this stage, then again the feedback is sent to the publisher or the journal editor, and they may reapply to us after 6 months. So in essence, this is the complete life cycle of the application. Yeah. So I will end this presentation with some DOAJ statistics as of 2021. Last year, we received about 10,000 applications and update requests. The acceptance rate for this was about 35%. And all these applications were reviewed with an average review time of 3 months. And all this work was done by our DOAJ editorial staff and volunteers, which we have about 120 of us right now. Yeah. So there is more information on our website. Please do visit our website. And if you have any further questions, then you can always send your queries to the help desk helpdesk@doaj.org. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lina. May I tell you, in this room, all of us, 2,000 journal editor from Indonesia in here. This morning, we have discussed about the Elsevier, and then this afternoon, we have discussed about Web of Science, and now we have discussed about the Director of Open Journal. I will invite the audience to give some question. I invite you. Please, your question, Miss. The first one, and then the second one, maybe next. Okay, 2 questions first.
Hello, my name is Reza from Makna, Jurnal Makna, Universitas Islam 45 Bekasi. Hi, Miss.
Hello.
Today I got a sad news because I just got rejected from DOAJ, and I have to wait for 6 months. And it said that before you may submit a new application 6 months after the date of this email, unless advised otherwise by a member of the DOAJ. editorial team. So could you explain me further, ma'am? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Our normal process is that journals may reapply to us after 6 months from the date of the letter, but sometimes we have some issues where the journals need to take more time. So if you have been advised to apply after, sometimes I write to journals saying that they must reapply after they have published 2 further issues, especially in cases where there are endogeny, then they must at least publish 2 further issues. And if they are publishing only annually, then this is going to take more time. Or sometimes if it has failed for a small reason, then something like, let's say the website is not working, and sometimes there's a technical error, but if this error is fixed very fast, then we may reconsider and allow you to reapply before the 6 months is due. So there are different reasons. So if you have been advised, particularly from one of our team, then you may apply earlier than 6 months or a bit later, depending on that. Yeah.
Gimana, Bu? It's okay. I'm become moderator here. Please, the second question, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. I'd like to give questions on the revision of the printed ISSN. Actually, my journal has been indexed in the OAG, but then I have old printed ESSN and I have new printed ESSN. I have emailed to the OAJ and said that this is part of the, what is it, username, so we can't change. Is it possible that the OAJ team edit the printed ISSN for my journal? Thank you.
So if I understand correctly, has your ISSN changed?
Yeah. Actually, my old ISSN name is Vision Journal. Yeah, just Vision Journal. And then after I submit to Arjuna accreditation, and the assessor said that you have to make sure that the names of the journal names in ISSN has to be the same.
Yeah.
And as the online ISSN. So I apply for the printed ISSN, and then I have the new for volume 9, number 2. Yeah, in 2021. Okay, then is it possible for me to what is it, correct or revise or edit the printed ISSN for my journal? Because you know, when I try to upload the metadata, I can't upload it because of different ISSN. Because we have old printed ESSN and we have new printed ESSN.
Right.
So our new printed ESSN has the same journal name with online ISSN. That is my question.
Yeah. So I think it is best that you write to the helpdesk@doaj.org with all the details, so we can verify this with the ISSN portal and make the right decision.
So we just send you email or something.
There was an echo, but yeah, you need to email us at helpdesk@doaj.org.
Okay. So what should I do then? So we have the new
Yeah,
printed
you need to
ISSN
give us the information so
and
that we can verify this before we make a change. You give us all the information in your email. Mhm.
Hello.
yeah, could you repeat your answers? I didn't hear anything from you just now.
So it is best that you send us an email at helpdesk@doaj.org, and we will advise you on what can be possible from there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, this answers. Maybe I invite the questioner. Next questioner, maybe. Please, Pak.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Ma'am Jona Bol. I am Oscar from Austenit, Politeknik Negeri Sriwijaya, Palembang, Sumatera. I have a question about copyright transfer. This about CC, BY, SA. I have information about the copyright is more strict, especially for the reviewer DOAJ. How to tips if we have a wrong copyright transfer between in OJS and full paper. For example, in OJS, we have a copyright transfer CCBY. However, in a full paper, we have a wrong right for the copyright transfer CCBY SA. This how to flashback and we need more and how much issue we should be repair this about the copyright license. This maybe is the question. Thank you.
I don't completely understand what you said about copyright. Is that a copyright transfer?
Yes, license like CC.
You mean the license, not the copyright?
ND like this, because we have a different copyright between OJS and full article. How to like your to guess to repair that and we can to submit the DOAJ and how to maybe we have two issue to repair this wrong or like this.
So what I can advise you is that I cannot advise you anything on OJS. That is not my expertise, but what I can say is if there has been a change in your license, let's say you changed the kind of license you're using after volume 9, then you make a statement in your announcement, the journal announcement page, saying that your license policy has changed from, let's say, CC-BY to CC-BY-NC or whatever the change has been. And you make sure that it is consistent throughout your website. In your policy, in your PDF, anywhere that you have mentioned your licensing policy, make sure it is consistent. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I invite the next questioner from right side. No question? Miss Lina.
Yes.
Maybe it is a common question about what should we do if our application is rejected by DOHG?
So if your application is rejected, you will get information and you will have feedback on the reasons for rejection. So if you look at the reasons for rejection, you must improve your journal based on the reasons for rejection, and yeah, that is the best thing that I can advise. You have to improve based on the reasons of rejection that is provided to you.
Next, audience. We have long time until 3 minutes. Please, okay, there is two questions. Please introduce your name.
I can't hear you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Chuanabang. My name is Kustomo from Wali Songo State Islamic University. I was managing editor of Wali Songo Journal of Chemistry. I would like to ask about the changing of rules. I mean, for example, my journal was free of charges, and then maybe next times, because of the change of rule at my university, every paper manuscript should be paid in our journal. So can we change the publication ethic or APC, article processing charge in DOIG? Because when we apply for DOIG is free of charge, but next time maybe we have to pay every author. Can we change that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you so much for that question. We have many journals that are indexed in DOIG, which when they apply to us, they do not have any author charges. But later on, like you just mentioned, there are some author fees that authors have to pay. So if such a situation arises, you can submit an update request to us. When you log in with your DOIG ID and your email address, you will have your publisher dashboard over there, and you will see an update request. When you click on that, you can submit an update request to us. It's not just about author charges. You can update any of the other information if there is a change. Let's say there is a change in your licensing policy, then you can update us, give us that information. And it is important to send us that update request as soon as possible, because all our records need to be maintained with the right information and the right data. So if there is a change in your author processing charges, please send us an update request.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next,
My name is Tina Grace from Medan, Sumatera Utara. I have question. Which one should be submit first, DOAJ or Scopus?
I can't hear you.
Okay. Which one should be submit first, DOAJ or Scopus? Thank you.
DOAJ or?
Scopus.
Yeah, that is entirely up to you. It's not up to me to advise on that. That would depend on the publisher's policies or your publisher management. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Miss. I heard many journals got the problem with the UAD. I don't. Oh yeah. First time I'm from Hexagro Journal from University of Perjuangan Tasikmalaya, West Java, Indonesia. I don't have any DOAJ journal, but I heard here from many journals there is many problems or to release the DOAJ. How could I brief to register in DOAJ while many problems here to release? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, we get a lot of applications from Indonesia, and there are many rejections that happen because the criteria is not satisfied. So the very first thing that I would advise is to go through our journal, go through our website, all the criteria that I mentioned in my presentation. You can take a look at that, and for further information, you can look at our website. The criteria is explained very clearly in short sentences and easy to follow. Please make sure that your journal fulfills all the criteria before you submit an application. And the second thing that you can do is, before you submit an application, please make sure that all the information is consistent. One of the reasons that most of the applications are rejected from this region is that there is a lot of inconsistency. So the copyright policy may state that the authors retain the copyright, but when you go on further to the PDF or the abstract page, the information is different. Or the licensing policy says CC BY, but on the PDF it is something else. So this is a lot of inconsistency, and this shows that a lot of information that the journal editor has not seen through the complete journal website and is not aware of what is the right licensing policy or the right copyright policy. Apart from that, I would also say that that the journal editor must make sure to minimize endogeny. So that is the third thing. Endogeny must be minimized. When the articles are published in the journal, try to minimize articles that are authored by the editorial board or the reviewer of the journal. It should be minimized and not exceed 20% in any issue. So these are the three things that you can do. First thing, read through the criteria. Second thing, ensure that all the information on your journal website is consistent. And third thing, look at the endogeny. Try to make sure that the endogeny is minimized to the criteria that we mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, maybe next question, please.
Okay, thank you for the time. My question is about the OHT seal. There are 7 criteria, right, for seal. Is the journal request or chosen by DOAJ member? Okay, just enough.
No, I could not hear the question, the last part.
About the DOAJ seal.
Mm-hmm.
That what for the journal, several journal, there are 7 criteria.
Mm-hmm.
How to get the DOAJ seal?
Yeah. So there are only 10% of the journals that are listed in DOAJ with the DOAJ seal. So there are about 18,000 journals, and only 10% of them have the DOAJ seal. The seal is only, it only shows that the journal follows the best practices. So to ensure that your journal, if it's already listed in DOAJ and if you like to improve it further, then you must look at the 7 criteria for the seal and try to provide them. One is the preservation policy. Try to register your journal with one of the long-term preservation policies. You can find more information on how to do that on our website. The repository policy, provide a policy on the journal website itself, listing the policy about whether the authors can self-archive the different versions of the manuscript. So these are the steps that you can take. You can look at each of the criteria and follow them slowly, but these are just best practices, and you can attain them step by step, I think. Yeah.
It's been chosen by the OAJ, right?
Sorry?
Okay, maybe next question. We have 25 minutes. Okay, Mrs. Lina.
Yeah.
There is a common question from our friend. And that's we know, or maybe you know, from Indonesia, there is about more than 2,000 journals indexed by DOAJ. Maybe you tell us what is the advantage for us.
Sorry, what was the last question?
Advantage for us. Maybe what is the impact, positive or negative impact for us?
The impact for Indonesia?
Yes.
Yeah, the impact. Yeah. So yes, there are about 2,000 journals from Indonesia. So the impact is like what I mentioned in the benefits of indexing your journal, that this promotes the visibility of journals that are published in Indonesia. All the metadata goes on to the library discovery systems. So the research that is published in this journal is accessible to people all across the globe. Our metadata is used in various systems like Unsub, Unpaywall, and a lot of other services and tools. So all the research that is published gets is accessible by these other tools that, or the third-party tools that are out there. So this not only promotes the visibility of the journal, this also makes it more attractive for authors to publish in these journals, because like you may know, DOAJ has a reputation of being an index with good quality open access journals. So if your journal is listed there, then it is it's a kind of a mark that it is a good quality peer-reviewed open access journal. So this makes it more attractive for authors to publish in these journals. Apart from that, the metadata also goes into various search engines. So it is easier to find, for example, through Google. It's easier to find the articles that are published in these journals, which may not have been which may not be accessible otherwise. The other impact for Indonesia would be that we accept not just English journals, but local language journals. So even if your articles are published in your local language, they are still okay. I mean, we still accept local language journals, unlike other services which only accept English. So that is another advantage of indexing, and this promotes indigenous knowledge. This promotes knowledge in local languages. So I think that is another big impact for Indonesia.
Next, I invite you all, maybe ladies and gentlemen, that is your question. Is it enough? Okay, okay. I think it is enough.
Mhm.
And thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Selina.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us here today and wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oke, waktu saya kembalikan kepada pembawa acara. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mrs. Lina Staff and Profesor Kuswanto. Dengan berakhirnya sesi ketiga, maka berakhirlah rangkaian acara kita pada hari ini. Dan acara penutup kepada Bapak Rizky Prasetyo, Koordinator Pembinaan Jurnal Ilmiah, didampingi oleh Bapak Kris Susanto dari Kabak LPPM Universitas Dianapura. Kami silakan. Ya, mohon maaf Bapak Ibu, kita jeda sejenak. Sekali lagi untuk Bapak Ibu yang masih ingin bertanya tentang Scopus, masih ada kartu nama di meja MC apabila Bapak Ibu ingin mengambilnya. Dan sertifikat serta materi presentasi Bapak Ibu bisa unduh, mungkin bisa ditampilkan kembali untuk barcode pengunduhan materi kita pada acara hari ini. Berikut adalah barcode yang Bapak Ibu bisa akses untuk mengunduh materi 1, 2, dan 3 pada hari ini. Oke, baik. Mungkin selagi kita menunggu, saya mengundang mungkin beberapa Bapak Ibu untuk menyampaikan pesan-pesan untuk acara kita pada hari ini. Mohon bersedia untuk saya tunjuk ya Bapak Ibu ya. Untuk Bapak mungkin karena banyak bertanya. Ya, silakan Bapak. Pesan dan pesan untuk acara hari ini.
Aduh, jadi gimana yang dapat? Terima kasih Universitas Rayuda Putra sebagai co-host Dianapura, maaf, sebagai co-hostnya kegiatan kita pada hari ini, kegiatan International Workshop for Journal Editor. Kami dari Politeknik Negeri Sriwijaya, Palembang, sangat terima kasih dan mungkin rekan-rekan dari seluruh Indonesia juga mendapatkan informasi dan pengetahuan yang sangat valid mengenai Scopus, lalu Web of Science dan juga DOAJ. Kami berharap kegiatan seperti ini dapat lebih intensif sehingga nanti visi misi dari Direktorat Riset Teknologi dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat tentang indeksasi jurnal internasional bisa tercapai dan makin banyak jurnal yang dikelola oleh akademisi, peneliti dari Indonesia dapat terindeksasi di Scopus maupun WOS. Mungkin itu saja Ibu, pesan dari saya dan salam dari Palembang. Terima kasih untuk co-hostnya, untuk ramah-tamahnya. Terima kasih.
Ya baik, terima kasih Bapak. Boleh kita tepuk tangan dari Palembang jauh-jauh. Selamat datang di Bali ya Pak. Mungkin satu lagi saya mohon yang Ibu mungkin. Ya, boleh Ibu sebelah sini pesan dan pesannya Ibu.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Bu Fitri dari Jurnal Perisai Islamic Banking and Finance Journal Sinta 3, dan diharapkan target tahun ini bisa indeks di UAJ. Semoga mohon doanya semua. Terima kasih atas kegiatan ini. Ini kegiatan pertama saya untuk pergi keluar kota setelah COVID, Bapak Ibu. Mungkin Bapak Ibu juga mengalami hal yang sama. Alhamdulillah dengan pertemuan ini kita dikumpulkan dalam ruangan maupun dalam WA group ya. Jadi nanti kita bisa saling sharing masing-masing pengelola jurnal tentang pengalamannya, ataupun sekarang ini sedang marak jurnal sebagai pengganti tugas akhir mahasiswa S1 maupun S2, juga luaran dari MBKM. Jadi mungkin saya berharap setelah pertemuan ini kita bisa lanjutkan dengan banyaknya kerjasama ataupun kegiatan yang dilakukan secara bersinergi, sehingga dengan bersinergi saya harapkan kemajuan Indonesia ini akan lebih cepat karena kita bergotong royong atau bersama-sama. Jadi nanti mohon bantuan Bapak Ibu semua ketika anak-anak kami dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo submit ke jurnal panjenengan semua, bisa dipublish, ataupun ketika panjenengan butuh jurnal bisa dipublish ke kami. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, ya terima kasih Ibu dari Sidoarjo ya Bu ya. Ya, terima kasih banyak. Ya, semoga kegiatan hari ini boleh bermanfaat bagi kita sekalian, bagi jurnal yang Bapak Ibu kelola, dan bagi institusi masing-masing. Dan untuk penutup kepada Bapak Yoga, kami persilakan.
Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah kita telah melalui acara hari ini, di mana tadi telah disampaikan beberapa materi terkait bagaimana jurnal-jurnal kita bisa terindeks di 3 lembaga, yaitu dari Scopus, kemudian dari Clarivate Web of Science, dan dari DOAJ. Tadi saya sempat, mohon maaf tidak bisa mengikuti secara full, namun ada beberapa yang menarik tadi yang disampaikan oleh Mr. Alex. Ternyata jurnal kita lebih banyak ditolak daripada yang accepted. Tadi hampir 80% ya, dari sekitar 500-an, 80%-nya itu ditolak. Dan tadi juga Mr. Alex menyampaikan ada beberapa yang diembargo selama 1 tahun, 2 tahun gitu. Nah, harapan kami dengan acara hari ini ada beberapa pencerahan tadi dari beberapa narasumber, kemudian juga tentu saja ada beberapa poin yang disampaikan oleh beberapa narasumber. Saya coba mengambil intisarinya, bahwasanya terkait untuk indeksasi di Scopus, tentu saja Bapak Ibu harus memiliki fokus dan skop yang sangat spesifik mungkin ya, yang disampaikan oleh Mr. Alex tadi. Kemudian juga harus memiliki International Diversity of Author and Editor, itu juga sangat mempengaruhi terkait kelanjutan jurnal Bapak Ibu bisa terindeks atau tidak. Kemudian juga harus memiliki keunikan terhadap kontribusi ilmu pengetahuan, kemudian juga citasi terhadap artikel-artikel yang terbit atau artikel-artikel yang terbit di jurnal Bapak Ibu, apakah mencitasi pada artikel-artikel yang lebih bagus atau lebih tinggi. Makanya jadi tidak hanya sekedar angka citasi, ternyata pihak Scopus juga menentukan kualitinya seperti apa, apakah memang artikel tersebut mencitasi artikel yang lebih bagus. Kemudian juga harus memiliki reputasi terhadap editor ya. Editor juga ini memiliki peran penting dalam rangka untuk melakukan Trindex di Scopus. Kemudian Scopus juga ternyata melakukan evaluasi berkala. Ini sesuai juga dengan akreditasi. Kami juga akan akan membentuk tim evaluasi berkala karena memang kami menerima laporan dari beberapa pengolah jurnal juga ataupun penulis, ada beberapa jurnal yang sudah mulai keluar dari jalur pengelolaan secara kesesuaian dengan pedoman akreditasi atau tidak. Kemudian tadi juga Mr. Diuseng menyampaikan bahwasanya jurnal kita 71 yang sudah terindeks di ESCI ini tahun 2023 akan mulai diberikan impact factor. Ini suatu ya kebanggaan ya, akhirnya 71 jurnal kita bisa memiliki impact factor yang dimana kita sudah menunggu bertahun-tahun agar jurnal kita diakui reputasinya oleh World Class Science. Ada nggak 71 jurnal yang terdaftar di ESCI hari ini hadir? Ada yang hadir nggak? Nggak ada ya, berarti ini tinggal Bapak Ibu segera setelah mendapatkan pencerahan hari ini, melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan atau yang perlu perbaikan-perbaikan ya sesuai dengan yang disampaikan oleh para narasumber sehingga Bapak Ibu, kami juga selain kegiatan hari ini tentu saja kami kan tadi melakukan pendampingan, artinya mengundang Bapak Ibu pada salah satu acara yaitu peningkatan terindeks bereputasi, itu pun jurnal Bapak Ibu akan dibedah oleh narasumber, akan dinilai secara langsung terkait kesiapan untuk terindeks bereputasi. Nah, untuk Scopus mungkin Bapak Ibu bisa mencoba melakukan evaluasi diri seperti di Arjuna, yaitu readyforscopus.com. Kalau dari hasil evaluasi diri di readyforscopus.com itu di bawah 90, kami sarankan jangan submit. Karena kemungkinan ditolaknya sangat besar. Bahkan di atas 90 pun belum tentu. Gitu. Kemudian tadi juga Mr. Diuseng juga menampaikan ya bahwasanya artikel dalam bahasa Indonesia itu masih bisa terindeks, tapi judul dan abstrak harus ada dalam bahasa Inggris. Tapi mungkin pada kenyataannya di Scopus juga masih ternyata dari kita masih artikel itu harus full dalam bahasa Inggris ya. Dalam full bahasa Indonesia kayaknya belum ada, tapi dari negara lain ada. Nah, harapan kami, doa kami, semoga pada kesempatan hari ini Bapak Ibu betul-betul mendapat pencerahan, kemudian jangan lupa melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan, semoga jurnal Bapak Ibu yang hadir hari ini ataupun yang menyaksikan secara streaming bisa segera terindeks internasional bereputasi sehingga para penulis yang ingin mempublikasikan pada jurnal bereputasi ini semakin banyak pilihan jurnal-jurnalnya. Karena kita ketahui, Bapak Ibu juga mungkin ketahui, biaya publikasi di jurnal terindeks bereputasi itu sangat mahal. Nah, dengan harapan semakin banyak jurnal kita, artinya mudah-mudahan syukur-syukur biayanya gratis, tapi kalaupun ada biaya, tapi tidak terlalu semahal di jurnal yang lainnya. Mungkin itu, ini alhamdulillah Bapak Ibu masih semangat mengikuti acara hari ini. Sampai sore hari, sampai berakhir, kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Prof. Sadi, Prof. Kuswanto, dan Prof. Komang yang telah mendampingi para narasumber, kemudian mendampingi Bapak Ibu untuk menyampaikan beberapa hal terkait resume ya, hasil penyampaian narasumber. Dengan mengucapkan alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, maka kegiatan International Workshop for Journal Editor saya nyatakan selesai. Terima kasih. Dan kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Universitas Dianapura yang telah membantu kami menyelenggarakan kegiatan hari ini serta disupport oleh IPBI, Institut Pariwisata dan Bisnis Indonesia ya. Oh, ini internasional, Institut Pariwisata dan Bisnis Internasional dalam menyediakan streaming di YouTube ini. Kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semua. Semoga Bapak Ibu diberikan kesehatan, bisa kembali ke rumah masing-masing dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.